Welcome to the third round of the TePe Sigeman chess tournament here in Malmö. We are back. We will follow all the games.
I hope so.
To the end, almost, if it's not too long.
Yep.
Ivanchuk has played 2 games, 110 and 100 moves. It's very impressive.
He's aiming for 600.
Yes.
Oh, 500 maybe.
Yeah. So very impressive to play such a long game. Should we take a look at the openings of the games?
Yes.
We start with the game
Dive in.
Erdogmus against Sindarov. E4,
Yeah.
E5, knight A3, knight C6, bishop B5, A6.
And we're completely out of everything I know already.
We will see.
Off my turf. Yeah.
In the first round, Erdogmus took on C6 against Niels, and it was an interesting draw, and he played it again. So now it's not a surprise, but so he likes the variation, probably.
Yeah. And this is your turf.
I played it a lot, but a long time ago, I played it a lot. And when you played like this, they always played F6. This is the old.
And Johnny always played bishop G4, and you played H3, and he played H5, yes?
No, he played normally bishop H3.
Oh, wow.
Sacrificing the pawn, G4. And not so bad.
Oh, okay.
There is all kind of moves. But F6 was played, and this is, shall we call it the old main line? You play D4. Now you can play bishop G4 if you want, or you can take.
Taking seems very sensible.
Yeah, and you take with a knight.
C5.
And now the main line is knight B3 with long variations played by Fischer, for example. But knight E2, this is also what I used to play.
And the idea of going to E2 is to strive for the D5 square, or?
No, is to challenge this bishop, to have this bishop defended, and you want.
Yeah, and if we get to
then it can
exchanging those two bishops, that would immediately mean that white is slightly better.
At least you know what you want if you play white.
Yeah.
You have a little bit better structure, of course, because of the double pawn.
But it's really, if black plays b6 in this kind of position, and gets to long castle long, or it's really hard to imagine what you're going to do with that bishop otherwise.
Yeah.
But okay, but yeah, it's.
But normally you should not play. You should play bishop d7 or bishop e6. What he did, because he is
now bishop f4 you play long castle, and the bishop on f4 is
So there is a variation that actually goes something like this, and then you with a tempo. But bishop d7 is the normal move to prepare a long castle. And he played bishop, or maybe it's me, I'm not sure, I will check. No, he played bishop e3, a long castle.
Yeah.
And I guess you should.
No sense in going with the knight to anywhere else but
here.
But there, yes.
Yeah. So this is, I think, normal. And black can play. I only cannot play this because of bishop b3 you cannot play.
And b6, preparing knight e7.
Yeah, but now a move like this, and you cannot play bishop d6 because of take.
And what about knight e7?
Yeah, we are playing for an ending. So
okay. But if I get to swap there and then play bishop, that cannot be anything.
Okay. You have to play on.
Yep.
You play on the pawn structure, and of course black has the bishops, so it's balanced normally. But if you like it, we can play it with both colors. We said last time it's very important for black not to just exchange everything. Especially it's very good to have one rook.
Yeah.
To keep the pressure on this. Yeah, I would.
But there are some positions where also if white doesn't get to play c4, and if black gets to play c4 and b5, you exchange some stuff, and suddenly it's black who's faster.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
because it's white has to start exchanging things, and because if you play f4 e5, the passed pawn b5 will just be weak.
Yeah. So I would say white should not be quick. He should start with moves like this and this and g4 and so on. In the first round he played against Niels.
Mhm.
They had this kind of structure, but with the queens on the board.
Mm.
But then he was very quick to play f4 and all kind of e5.
Mhm. Mhm.
And I think he played this too quick.
Mm.
When you play this variation, you should be slow.
Yeah. Mm.
You can play f3 and later on f4 maybe.
Because at this moment, black would like to, develop his pieces, but
Yeah.
also black doesn't want to play f4, f5, or b5, or basically any pawn move that black makes here would make black's position slightly worse than it was just before.
Yeah. And especially not on the king's side.
Yeah.
He should not start to move.
The c4 is maybe the move that you could consider, but it would also give some squares. So yeah.
Knight c3 was played,
Mhm.
and we will see what happens. This is
Is there,
position.
I mean, apart from b6, what could you, h5? Oh, no, I don't like it.
It's bishop d6, of
But
course.
it's bishop f4.
Yeah, but then I've at least lost the tempo. Because I played bishop e3 and now this.
And you can just take it and play knight e7.
Yeah, and then
Knight h5 doesn't really... Yeah, it does actually. Works. Knight
I
h5.
think this is how we play. Knight h5, f3, king e2. Just play on.
Yep, yep. Do you think psychologically it's a good choice against Sindarov to play?
Maybe it is, but it's a little
Because
bit
it's
strange to play like this if you're 13 years old. Just this looks like an old man.
Old soul, yes.
Yeah. But he played it in the first round. And
But
now
you played it when you were younger.
I was younger, but I was still not a child, at least.
Okay.
Because then I played the King's Gambit.
Oh,
Yes.
oh. That was the most shocking revelation of today so far.
Yeah. Okay, we take a look at Richard Rapport. He's playing against Tan, who has started with 2 losses with white.
Yeah.
So now she's black against the highest rated.
Yeah.
Very tough.
Very tough.
Rapport played e4, e5. The Lopez or Spanish. And no take on c6.
She must have a kind of a reboot system attitude, thinking it's the first game of the rest of her life.
Yes.
I hope she can do that.
And he didn't want to have a long theoretical variation, just play a normal Spanish position. Yeah, and we were talking about why is this not possible? We didn't really have a very good answer because we don't know, but we checked.
Yeah.
You can take and then hit the bishop.
And then white plays c4, and we don't know anything more.
No.
We are very confused.
Yeah, but it was not winning at least.
No, exactly.
So we play a4, bishop d7.
And we can play knight g5 again.
And now it was played. Must be.
It was played in the game. No, it's not. It's
no, not yet. It was our moves.
Yep.
Well, let's see if this is correct. No, this is position. Yes.
Yep.
It was not played. So what will you play? You will castle. Let's see. There is a lot of moves to play. Knight g5, of course, is one of them. Okay, we wait for him to decide. So we take a look at Grandelius, the Swedish player. He's playing black against Ivanchuk. We had this.
Walked over into a green. He starts out as an English, then develops into a Slav, and then goes over into the Greenfield Indian. So we have a...
but he has not played g6 yet, at least.
No, but it's like sliding from one opening to another.
Yeah.
Come on, guys, decide.
So now we could call it a Greenfield.
Is it Greenfield when you played c6 and taken on c4 pretty early on? Normally you would, I mean, if it's black has just moved, so it's like the standard Greenfield with c6, and you take on c4 before playing short castle, which I thought is a bit, it's a bit uncommon.
But I think it's possible because normally white takes on d5 is one way to play it, or you play with b3. We played a4 to stop, and now we defend the pawn.
Mm. Hmm.
So do we play it like a gambit, knight c3 or e4, or do we try to get this pawn back?
I find it, if we compare with, there is this line where you play knight c3 and you sacrifice this pawn, and then bishop e6 is a bit uncommon.
Knight c3 was played.
So I think knight c3 is at least intuitively that I think should be critical. Black will eventually have to move at bishop on e6. So you could in a sense say that all white's moves, like they are very efficient, and black's move bishop e6. Actually, the c4 pawn was not even threatened, so it's a bit of
it's very early to defend it.
It's very early to defend it, and this doesn't mean that it's bad or anything. I'm not trying to say that at all. But if you're striving to make every move mean something and have a strong purpose, then I feel bishop e6 is slightly strange, but only very slightly.
Yeah. And the last game, we take a look at this. Now it's on your home turf.
Yay! Finally, something I know something about.
So we have Ray Robson playing white against Lamy. Lamy had this very long game against Ivanchuk yesterday, but he didn't win it, but he tried for the maximum amount of moves, 50 moves, and then it was a draw. For me, it was a bit surprising to see Lamy playing the Sicilian. I thought he was a Can player, but
you can't play the same thing always.
No.
You'll bore yourself.
And he of course knows a lot of theory in all openings. We had this, the knight of variation, and white has a big choice to make.
Yeah, nowadays almost everything can be played, but bishop e3 is bishop e3 and h3, I think, are the big lines these days. And you can play knight f3. Knight b3 is the main line again. Bishop e6 and h3 is also possible here, but f3, and I like h5 too. So
why do we play h5?
Well, you want to play something flexible here, and so I would say there are four standard moves, or three standard moves black could play here: bishop e7, knight c6.
Just let me show. Yeah. This is one move.
Yeah, knight c6, and knight bd7. And of those three moves, knight c6 is clearly too early. Because knight c6, it means that white can just jump in on d5 with a knight, and then now this knight on c6 is not optimally placed.
So we cannot take it.
Can't take on d5 with a knight anymore. And so knight c6 is sometimes a move you play after a4, because then you can take on d5 and jump to b4. But it takes special circumstances. And if you play knight bd7 now, you lose control of the d5 square. You can mark the d5 square. Yes. Which means that if white plays g4 now, you can't push d5 as a counter to, because I just take it. So the two standard moves in this position is to either play bishop e7, or which means that on g4 you can play d5.
Because now it's protected.
g5 and d4, just so, and then both sides will get some material. That would be fine for black. And since if you don't want to play the lines with bishop e7, there's lots of theory, lots of options. The other alternative is to play h5. It doesn't give away a lot of information of how you're going to, but basically it's a way of trying, usually I would say it's a way of trying to put the knight on d7 and be more flexible with the bishop on f8, but nowadays they do it sometimes differently. Because one of the main ideas, and it's become more and more important in the Sicilian, is that in the old days, people played around on the back ranks for white, but nowadays you play knight d5 very early on often. And if white plays knight d5, it could be quite nice to have a bishop on f8 still, because you also have options, you know, to take on d5 with bishop, e takes d5, and then you can play something like g6 and bishop g7, or even bishop h6. So it gives you more options with that bishop. And in this position, it's clear that you want to put the knight on b8 on d7. It doesn't have any other squares. So it's a way for black to optimize his flexibility and stopping white from playing g4 at the same time.
Okay, and what is the negative side of the move?
The
Because
negative,
they're always...
yeah. Suppose, for instance, if white plays bishop e2 and short castle, something like that, we would get a more standard Najdorf setup. In those positions, if black is going to play short castle later on, you weaken your dark squares on the king side, and h5 might be a bit out of tune with the rest of the position. But it's not that bad. And white has played f3, in a sense, unprovoked, if you compare it to normal bishop e2 lines. And h5, we could put this in an alpha, what do you say, alpha zero perspective. I don't think we should. I just think it's a very normal move. It takes some space. It makes it harder for white to play g4. If white later plays f4 or something, it gives us a place to put a knight, for instance, on g4. If white plays h3, we can play h4 and we take a dark square. It's just it's a very sensible move here. And another reason why it's a sensible move is that bishop has already gone to e3. Because if a bishop could go to g5 in one go, then it might have not been so great. But here it would lose a lot of time for white to play like that.
So we like it.
I like it.
Yes.
It's my main line. It's my main move when I play the Najdorf.
Yeah. So what is white's main response?
Well, queen d2, and you can also play knight d5 immediately, and there's also bishop e2. But I think queen d2 is the main line.
We will see.
I think it has been played also.
It has been played, yeah.
So, yeah.
They have
queen
actually
d2,
played
and he played knight bd7, the flexible move. Bishop e7 is nowadays popular also. I'm not actually sure about the big reason why you do that, but so long castle and rook c8. I actually prefer to play bishop e7 in this position because, and there is a reason for that, and that is that later on, if white plays h3, and you play h4, white plays bishop d3, and you play something like b5, and white plays a3, and you already gone with a rook to c8, you have to go back to b8. So, but in this position, I want to play rook b8 in one move.
So if you play rook c8,
you have to lose a tempo, and the bishop will still be on f8. So I prefer it with this way. But it's I'm showing one idea. There's so many other ways that things can happen around here. So there's absolutely, rook c8 it's like the standard, most flexible move in a sense. You could say, like,
I could show an open file.
Yeah, and but I think, because if white plays knight d5, now you still have this option of playing g6 and taking the bishop out some other way. Yes, so, and then you play g6, and you can, you have, even sometimes you play knight g8 and bishop h6, because exchanging the dark squared bishops in this position is very, very valuable for black.
Okay, we see what happened. After long castle, rook c8, he played king b1.
Main line. Now bishop e7 is clearly a4. This is a bit uncommon.
Yeah.
I think if I was black here, I would probably play knight b6. I think it's the
point is just to stop b5, I guess.
And we don't want to play short castle quite just yet, because, or do we? Yeah, maybe we actually, it's fine to play short castle. It's clearly a candidate move, because there's no clear way for white to open up. If you play h3, I play h4.
Always.
You can probably get that pawn on h4 with something like bishop g5, but we will do things on the king's. No, we play knight e8 here. It's nothing happening. So short castle is possible. but I think knight b6 is a move that is often played in similar positions. Maybe now white can play queen f2.
Hitting the knight.
And knight c4 and bishop c1. No, then we play knight a3 check.
So this way we can...
then just king a2 maybe?
Yeah, we have to go back. So it's not so...
But we have b5 now.
Yeah.
I like that. And then just short castle and... Knight b6 and short castle would be... I don't see really another move for black. You don't want to play... I mean, a normal move would be queen c7. But it's actually better to have a rook. The queen is not going anywhere there.
No.
I think this playing a4 in this position is probably something that has happened in the last few years, or it's a novelty. I'm not sure which, but I have not looked at it.
I can see quickly that it has been played before, but only in 3 games,
which is very little. So, and this is exactly the position where if you're black, you're gonna take your time.
Yes.
And it's okay here because it's the first move that's new. It's also pretty new strategic to play a4 in such a position when you play long castle. So Irvin, he will probably think about knight b6, and he's going to spend some time to evaluate that concretely, calculating lines, seeing what it leads to, and if he doesn't like what he finds, then he will play short castle, or maybe because he's a Karkan player, he might just play short castle.
Yes. Yes.
But I think a typical Nidov player would spend some time on knight b6 here. Maybe knight a5 is annoying then. Because, now let's see here, rook takes c3. Queen takes, knight takes a4. Could also have taken on b6 first, but this seems, and then knight b4, b5. No, sorry, no, I disagree with myself, because then knight c6 just looks good. This doesn't work for black. So knight a5 after knight b6 is an annoying move. Maybe we can just play queen c7 then. So knight b6, knight a5, queen c7, with idea to play d5 next. I don't really see a great move for white here, do you? So knight a5 maybe.
A move like a4 I would never.
No, but it's...
it looks so strange to me.
It does look a bit strange. Okay, shall we come back to it?
Yep.
I think Lamy will take some time to process what's going on here.
So we have seen the 4 games. We go back to the game Erdogmus against Sindarov. We had this exchange Spanish.
Yeah.
Knight c3 was played. Rook e8. Very common to avoid the exchanges and to put some pressure on this one. And if we play f3, then the bishop is not protected. So you start to double up. Bishop c6. Threatening this pawn. But you can play this because this is not an option. Because we will get mated. So it's indirectly defended. So this is okay move. Sorry. Because of course not played. So this is the position right now. So this is typical play for white. Just double the rooks.
As black, you must eventually you must play b6. Is there a way around that? Because knight e7 has to be played at some point.
Yes, so you cannot play it right now because this pawn is not defended.
Because in some positions in the modern Benoni, so you could play knight h6 in such a position and allow the take, but I think after knight g3 and putting a knight on f5, I feel that the knights should be better than the bishops. It's not clear though.
So what do you want?
Knight h6, yeah, because if I can get the knight to f7, then I'm happy. So take. I'm thinking knight d3, and now maybe
I have some good squares.
you do exactly.
Knight and f3. And yeah, normally you would be happy with white.
Yep. But it's possible.
Yeah, and black is thinking. Sindarov is thinking. Erdogmus playing very fast. But he has done nothing special. Okay, next game, that was Rapport. We had this move position.
Knight c3.
Hitting the pawn. Threatening the bishop. You don't want to lose this bishop.
Nope.
Have to move it. And then bishop e7.
Very sensible, everything.
Yeah. Looks like a normal Lopez, except that we have not played this, but you can always take this way if you want to reach the square.
That knight belongs on g3 often, or e3. Yeah, this I'm a bit lost in this position, but I guess I could find the sensible moves, but then I would have to think a lot after that. And,
there is a lot of sensible moves always in this.
Is it ever? No, it's not.
I go for Niels.
Okay, knight b4. Oh, he's going for the d3 square.
So he went knight d5 after knight c3, e4, the principal move, and knight b4. Because now he's maybe can come to this square.
Yep.
And it's also very good that white has played a4. Yeah. So this is a safe
and we have moves like queen e2, knight g5 is probably met by, yeah, you could take on d4 actually. So queen e2, we had to continue with rook d1 or meet knight d3 with bishop e3, and then the b pawn is protected.
This is too much.
I hope so.
Yeah, I agree, but I want to try. But I guess rook d1 and I'm not sure.
No, I'm not sure.
That is an important bishop to lose.
Maybe bishop e3 first.
Yeah, start with this one. And this extra defender.
Yeah. Black could play bishop g4 now.
Putting pressure again.
There's one thing I like about Black's position is that he hasn't castled.
Yes.
As someone who plays the modern defense, and it means that Black has made one extra move with his minor pieces, and since White's center is a bit shaky-ish, that extra tempo can mean the world.
But we have moved this one 3 times, and this one 2 times.
But if we can,
we have good. Now they are on good squares.
Yeah.
That's the point.
Yes.
So this is the position. Knight b4, last move played. Ivanchuk is thinking, and black is also pawn up. Should not forget it.
It's a pretty important part of the position.
Yeah. Because without this, it would be catastrophe.
Yeah, exactly.
Because then white would have the center for free. But now we have a square. So what did he do?
He stops bishop.
I'm not sure if this was. He played this. Yeah. So
bishop g4.
Stopping this move.
Yeah. Preparing bishop e3. Knight d3 now. Bishop b3. Knight takes b2. Queen b1, and things are falling apart. Losing that pawn. That's
because now this is.
Yeah, it's the basis of the black structure. Losing that is like, it's like you're pulling out the the bottom floor of a building.
I cannot do it. So h3 is the last move.
Very sensible move. So will you play a5 and knight b to a6, or will you play a5, knight d7, knight b6, or will you just play h6 himself?
Because later on we are afraid of this move, I guess.
But white has to play queen e2 first before it's makes sense, and maybe rook d1.
To defend this one somehow.
Yeah. But what is black's plan apart from knight d3?
Yeah, keeping his pawn, I would say.
Yeah, but you have to eventually do something. You have to play either at some point c5 or e5. You can't just hang on forever. But c5 is, after a5, it's clearly out of the question. So
it's this knight. Where should it go? Should it come here, or should it come? Or do we want it?
I feel maybe to a6 so that we can put one knight in on d3 and then the next knight. And you're right, we should not worry about c5 or e5 at this moment. Just
later on, we have to develop first.
Bishop e3. On knight d3, now we can play b3 maybe. I'm not sure that is a problem, but those pieces are swarming a bit. So
yes,
but now we have.
But they're also hanging.
So more than one thing hanging here.
Yeah. So this is a very sharp position.
It's a very sharp position.
Very unclear, very difficult to play. And if Niels is not in his preparation anymore, then he will think for a long time.
Yeah, I think the black knights, they're like bees swarming into the d3 square. But how are we doing without their queen? Just like in nature, that is what we wonder.
Yes.
Do they need the support of a queen?
And as you predicted, Lamy still thinking.
It's the right choice.
Yes. Or was this played, or was it? Now it's our move. Still thinking. Knight b6. Yeah. Here we go.
It's a forcing option. And so basically, if you come to the conclusion that it's good, it's probably the right thing to play. We have moves like queen f2,
because this is
knight c4, and there is an option to take it, and then play bishop b6 followed by knight a5.
Only one move, simple. You want to come here.
It's just
an idea.
I don't want to give white the option to take there and then jump in on d5, so I want to keep the bishop. Yes, please. Does white have a good continuation from here? Black's pieces are a bit. You have this bishop d8 later on, so but maybe rook d3. I don't know. It's a weird position.
Yes, very strange to have the pawn on a4.
Everything is strange about it. I'm very unused to see this from the white side, so
looks good.
So it's easier. I find the black ideas pretty quick, but finding the white ideas takes me much more. I need more focus and time to do that. And taking on b6 here would be a very bad choice because bishops matter and it doesn't give white more control of the important d5 square. So it would just be a... And it's like in this structure, when you play the Sicilian, I always tell my students that you should start by playing this structure with pawn on e5 because all other structures can turn into that structure later. So if you learn that first, and here the fight around d5 is one of the most important things in the position. And sometimes you could even say that the side that controls that square is usually slightly better, if not in a theoretical sense, then at least in a practical sense. But these new ideas where white is double on the d file, and it's so strange that you play knight d5 and allow black to take that and take with the e-pawn, but it's hard. It means that black's pieces don't have that much space, so it's hard for black to attack on the queen side, whereas white have his g4 idea on the other side. So yeah.
Should you expect Ray Robson to be prepared for this move?
Well, if a4 was the preparation, then definitely knight b6 yes, looked at. It would be super weird. But you can think in such a position for many reasons. Some think in such a position just because they don't want their opponent to realize that they have prepared it very deeply. Some think because they try to remember their preparation. They didn't know that this would happen. There's more than one reason why you could take some extra time to think.
But there is no threat of d5, because then we can always take.
Not currently, but after a short castle, then sometimes d5 bishop takes b6, take on d5, and something like rook fd8. It's a possibility in some positions, or even giving up playing bishop f5 after ed5.
But right now you cannot play this because we can just take.
Yes.
Take the pawn.
Yeah.
But later on,
bishop e2 is a very slow move.
Yeah, I just wanted to show what you would make a slow move.
Yeah.
No, it might be possible.
It might be possible. Very important. So take on b6. He takes b, and now either that or bishop f5.
Yeah, with a lot of play. You could regret a4 later on.
I think after rook fd8 there, I would be happy to exchange, to sacrifice a queen.
But he has not played any move after knight b6. But as you say, why not calm down and remember it correctly?
I feel this queen f2, knight c4, bishop c1 is the that is instinctively what I think should be played.
This?
Yes, knight c4, bishop c1, now knight a3 check, and then
you just move your king.
Yeah, you can move your king if you take on c2 here, and then play b5. No, it doesn't work. It's too much.
Maybe
you could play b5, or you could just play short castle here and then continue with b5 next. And we also have the knight a3 idea followed by rook takes c3. I would be happy with black.
Yes, what bishop back to c1, queen f2, and a strange move.
Yeah.
There should be something else for white.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this.
Should we change?
Yep, let's do it.
There is not much happened. b6 was played. Very normal to be able to develop
Standard.
a knight.
So that the c5 pawn doesn't fall.
Yes, you have to defend this pawn. Nothing more has happened. Right. What do we do? Move this one. Maybe there is now a threat. No, the bishop is hanging in the end, so there is no threat yet. But sometimes this will. And if you play this, then there might be moves like f5.
But now e5. e5, yeah.
Also this, there is the same check still.
I think e5 could be...
But then we should not play f5, then maybe we can...
But is e5 good there even after f5? I mean, if black just after... Yeah, so...
But I would take this one.
If
you check and take the bishop. It's a pawn.
Yeah, it's true.
It's a pawn, it's a pawn.
Yes, you're right.
But f3, let's say, and I would love to put my king here and play it very slow. Defend and then jump.
It's a jumping around game.
Yeah.
That we're moving towards.
A little bit strange. I don't know Sindarov what is his plan for this game.
No.
If he's playing hard for a win, then this is not so easy to win with black if white is just solid. But you can, of course, play. But
you can play this for a very long time.
Yes.
I think the strongest player wins his position quite often. I mean, because it's actually this queen side for white. When you look at it on a basic level, you think extra pawn for white on the king side. King's endgame, obviously better for white. But on a next level, sort of, the fact that black has one more pawn on the king side, and for instance, if black gets a knight to e5 and you play b3, the moment you start moving pawns on the queen side for white, it actually goes very fast for black to create a pass pawn there, and it's faster than white is on the king side. So there are some paradoxes here in play, and I think white should be happy to exchange some pieces here eventually, because...
And he will do it.
Yeah. But you have to exchange the right pieces, because if black gets the bishop here, I'd rather have a black side.
It's also a matter of taste.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. I made a personal statement.
Yes.
Well, that was my intention.
We take a look at Rapport against Tan. We left in this position. Bishop e7 was played. b4. Only one move. Knight d5. Defending this pawn. Jumping to d4. This is the position. So now they're playing some strange...
Is standard stuff, or?
I guess not. Not sure. What do we want to take? Because we can take so many things. We can take this one. We can take this one. We can take this one. Or maybe we shouldn't take anything.
No. I would like to take... I think... Is there any way around taking on d4 at some point?
Is this a threat to pin? Maybe. Let's say we take, just to do something. We take. Is this one weak?
Not really. You can always back it up with c5. Yeah, this is... If only anyone else but us was sitting here.
Samurai Lopez.
Yeah. I'm guessing Eric Blomqvist, he would know everything about this. Or Nils. Or,
Or maybe they have played it so strange that nobody knows about.
But it's very common for these knights to jump
Yeah.
in like that nowadays. I've seen the same pattern a few times, although with a4 and b5, not quite. I don't think so.
Could be a new position. Rapport is thinking. You would think you should soon castle, at least. But I'm a little bit afraid of this.
Me too.
So we try. We can also, can we force black to take, maybe?
Yeah. It's a horrible position to try to be ambitious in when you have no idea what's going on.
But I can see that this is a new position.
So my first question is, if we take on d4,
Yeah.
do we then want to take on e7 or f6? Because if we take on e7 and take and bishop g5, then I think bishop e6 solves most of black's problems.
There is one problem. You cannot. You will get pinned.
Yeah. Ah, okay. So yeah, okay. So that doesn't work actually.
No. So there is a pin because I have not castle. That's
yeah. So this position is interesting to me. Then can we play take on f4, for instance? Is also an option. And if we just play queen f3 here, how would that kind of position be? I mean,
there would be some strange pawn.
Yeah, probably the b4 pawn is just too weak here, so it doesn't matter for black that its pawn structure is ruined, because you can just start building on the b pawn and then play a5. This is probably as good for black. So, and if we take on f6, that kind of structure, so later on, black will probably play c5 at some point.
Now this one is well defended.
Yeah. So if we could get bishop to d5 in such a position, it would probably be fine. But I think it's a problem for white that a4 and b5 have been played here, because it's hard to... You don't want to take. That would...
If I don't have any tactical... Let's just because you have to take with a pawn.
Yeah, but now we're in the bind. Or you want to play bishop b2? What were you thinking of?
There is no tricks. I wanted to...
Yeah.
But I cannot get...
Always when the king takes, the rook comes over.
I have to play this, attacking this one, guarding this one.
And now we need to play... Yeah, I think c5 is the move we want to play here.
So I can put my bishop on d5 if I want.
Yeah, so taking f6, bishop d5, and then exchanges on a1. Take with the queen there. We have the idea to continue with c3 or queen a6 or something. Yeah, I don't know.
It's not much, but okay.
I think this kind of position is clearly my weakest point as a chess player. I'm like, oh, there are no pieces left. Where's the cafe?
There are some good pieces on the board.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's see. It's not been played. Oh, no. No, this is a position still. Okay, we take a look at
the B's. No. Yes.
Nils. H3 was played. Castle.
Yeah.
Bishop E3. And knight A6.
You know,
logical.
Yeah, there is this chess page where people they name games, and they call them they give them like nicknames.
Games.
Yeah. So it's like one of these pages where they collect games of players, and people can go in and give them nicknames. I'm going to nickname this one the Bees.
And these are the bees.
Yes, that are swarming towards D3.
Okay. Okay, so black is a pawn up for the moment. White has the center. But black has also a very good square on D3.
And black doesn't have to always to rely on C5 and E5. If we play knight E1, for instance, you can play F5 maybe.
If you play this to protect his square, yeah, you can try something like this. Trying to win this square.
Yeah, Queen E2 is the standard move.
Just to connect the rooks.
Yeah. And yeah, get a rook to D1 and that doesn't mean that it's the right one.
Should we jump in? Because we have one more coming.
So how do we deal with B3?
I was hoping I could just play this.
I was thinking C5.
Immediate C5. Okay, this knight is not protected. I understand. Yes.
That's one option at least. Weird position. Oof. This doesn't seem quite healthy for
white. No. So what actually does white want? Is it to play? You want to collect this bishop?
We're probably going to move it, and then the question is, what did you gain from that?
Yeah, I have to wait for this.
I mean, Queen D2 looks really strange. I don't. Instinctively, it's just the wrong place for the queen to me, but. I remember yesterday when Lamy played Queen A2, and I was like, there are two moves here. I feel like it's similar here, so I'm gonna say like, oh, there's only Queen E2, and then we'll play something else, and it's good.
Can happen.
Yeah. I don't. Knight 1 looks it feels passive to me, and I think F5 is just fine there, but fighting for the D5 square. Like if white plays F3, then after F5, then we can play Queen D6. Maybe. And if you play bishop F2, then we can take on E4, and if you take F1, we take on F2, and then
all the black pieces are developing now.
Yeah, exactly. No,
yeah,
that would be horrible. Yeah, so we need to either have to play knight E3 or H6 to stop knight G5. It's one of those two.
Because this one is now coming, and then we want.
Yeah, I don't feel you can just go that away.
Let's say this.
It's a rook FD1. I think we want. And can we jump in? I'm not at all sure about H6, but it's.
No, we try. And if you can play this also, then the knight will be safe. Maybe. for the moment at least.
B3, knight A to B4. Knight E, take a knight E5, something like that. No, then knight takes. Oh, and knight immediately doesn't work either. Now the queen would have been better on D2 because we could at least take, and yeah, maybe we should play queen D2 anyway.
From the beginning.
Yeah, because it stops H6. I was just thinking we don't want to play bishop H6, but at least we stop that.
But with the queen on D2, when knight G5 is coming, then we can move the bishop because then this one is not hanging.
But we can maybe we should play rook FD1 and bishop F1 even, because I think if there's one problem with black's position, it's that neither E5 or C5 works very well. So I think we should go back. If I was Ivanchuk, what would I think about in this position? I would think about how do I get to a position where black doesn't want to play F5. Because if I can do that, then I get a lot of moves to improve my position slowly. Whereas, and of course, we need to also so like two ideas that we want to make not attractive for black. One is F5 and the other one is knight D3, knight A to B4. But it seems easier said than done at this point.
We will see. We go to the Sicilian game.
Yeah.
To the knight off, because there have been some moves. Sorry, wrong game. Do we have the correct?
No, he just jumped in.
So he played A5.
Yeah, so he's going to play this probably take and something like bishop B6. That. 87 and yeah. Black's queen side is frozen. And it's not so easy to play bishop D8 without losing material. So, and if we play short castle, then sometimes bishop's knight C5. We have idea to play knight D3, knight B4.
You want to use the pin?
Yeah.
Somehow. Is there a point to take with a rook?
Yeah, there could be.
Because you have maybe.
Yeah, yes. Oh, you could take with rook. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure it's better.
Yeah, because there is no.
No. I actually just hallucinated there. So yeah, this is.
So now you can put your queen here. Maybe it's better.
It's clearly.
You can try to kick the bishop.
Yeah, and we have ideas of take on C3 and D5 later on.
So maybe you can take with a rook.
You should take with rook. Yes. I should never take with a bishop unless you have to take with a bishop. No. So that was just strange of me to say that.
And actually he took with a rook.
Yeah, and now I should probably play something like H3. And black is going to play H4, I think.
Yeah. So we can
and then maybe just rook G1.
Rook G1. This one, presume.
Perhaps. That would be the standard idea here, and I don't really see what white can do on the queen side.
He's defending
because this bishop B6, queen C8, how it doesn't improve white's position really. So in this position, we could spend a tempo on playing G6, for instance, just to slow things down over there. Or we could play queen C8. But bishop G5 will maybe be an option at some point. Maybe just bishop G5 without this H3 and the stuff.
Immediate.
Yep.
Bishop G5.
Yeah, this feels like the right thing to do. Rook B4 doesn't white work?
So what's the point? Do you want to take like and then play 95 or what?
Yeah, I do.
was-
Take on d6.
Yeah, okay, you want to take and play against this one.
Yeah.
And it was played.
Mm.
Bishop g5.
Yep.
So we have this position. So you would say this is now a threat.
Yeah, I think so. And short castle take, bishop takes, queen takes d6.
Sacrificing
this,
the pawn.
this kind of position can sometimes be okay for black. So queen c8. Or maybe even, you could take and play. No, you can't do that here. So I take back. So we need to
Keep the queen.
But 90. No, so 95 would take on c2. Whew. This could be a long preparation.
So you think Robson is still in the preparation normally in this position?
I would be very surprised if he's not. Because this idea with a5 taking on c4, bishop g5, it's not common for this structure. And as black, I'm almost feeling a bit of regret at having played like this. Knight g8, then we play h4. Maybe. No, we can just take, sorry.
If I
Rook c6
6, yes,
is one possibility.
To defend the pawn, so I can take back with the bishop.
Yeah.
Maybe this is a threat now.
Yeah, I think it is. Okay, so and we take on f6 and then play knight d5. That's probably the only sensible thing to do here. And if we take that one, how is that position? And then just play queen c7.
To take this.
Yeah.
This knight is not on the correct square.
No, exactly. So after queen c7 here, I think black is doing very fine. Yes, I do. Short castle, and on knight d2 we have rook c5.
And this knight is a bit strange.
Yeah. Yeah, white will get some compensation but I think black is fine here. So yeah, maybe
rook c6 could be an option.
Well, I mean, what you want to not play rook c6.
Yes,
but we would prefer to avoid that, but I don't see how.
Sometimes in the Sicilian you can take back with a cheap pawn in a position.
Yeah,
but
here
I'm not so sure.
No, I feel not so much.
I think this looks okay.
Yeah, I think. It just has to be done. Like you said, we threatened to take on b3 and a5, and I don't think white should allow that.
Oh, he played queen c7.
Okay, so he intends to take with the g-pawn then.
Or sacrifice the pawn somehow.
But that makes no sense now.
We take a look. Let's say if he takes, then we just take this one.
Yeah. No, it's a no-no.
Yeah, because if you move the queen, why did you move it to c7?
Yes. So he definitely intends to take the G pawn.
Yes.
That could be lovely. I think knight d5 here. Bishop takes, queen takes.
I have to...
Rook c1.
Yes.
Not...
Wait, so why did I take?
I'm not a great fan of this.
Why did I take?
Take on c6, and then rook c1. But then maybe king d7. No, then we have knight c5 check.
Can also take with the queen.
Huh. Yeah, it's...
Yeah, with this knight on one of these squares, it would be something different. Because these are the weak squares, but the knight is very far away.
Well, maybe white can just play knights d2 here. Say compensation. Continue with rook c4 and the next rook to c1. F5, bishop g5 is maybe a bit of a bummer. Yes. We have to take and then play rook d1. But then we have rook c5, for instance. Yeah, this is getting really messy.
So what do we have? We have queen c7 played.
Was a daring and very knight orphy move.
Yes.
I like that.
Yeah. Of course, you don't have to take, but that should be the idea when you play bishop g5. Here we look again. Take. Do we think you want to take with a pawn?
Yeah.
Must be.
It must be.
Can we do anything else than jump?
F4.
This.
And I think in this kind of position that we should maybe just take on c3.
You want to sacrifice the exchange?
Yeah, I do.
Is it time?
But not sure it's good enough, but it's the standard way to... I'm not happy about my king.
No.
And I should not be happy about my king. So where can it go later on? So
can I play this?
Oh, that would be lovely.
If it works.
If it works, yes. Yeah.
Take a knight d5. Then this one.
Yeah, now we're really pushing
the luck. Yes.
Luck.
But we have two bishops, so we want to open up. But we have the king in the middle, so we don't want to open up.
Yeah. Very difficult choice. I feel it's too early because
of the king.
Yeah. But it's we can't take it. I mean, it's
no. It's like this is the position we are looking at. Okay.
Yeah, I don't dare to say anything definitely. I mean, if we play something like rook e1 here, what's black's next move? Knight d7 does not work with. Let's just take it and then rook e3 maybe.
Yeah. This one is...
It's just you can't play. There's a queen check on g5 later on, and I don't think black has no attack comparable to white's initiative. So I feel that Queen C7 is very true to the spirit of a sharp opening. If you think of, but perhaps Rook C6 is more.
It's more safe.
It looks passive, but maybe it's the sensible thing to do anyway, because it's not like white burnt bridges with this A4, A5, but this exchange slightly weakened white's control of D5 very, very little, and it also got rid of one of the knights that are in a bit of way for black. And the moment you take on F6, the fact, no, sorry, I mean, if you go Rook C6 instead, I think it's always something of even if white has to take at F6 at some stage, there's no way around it in the 95, and we have other options. Black could play bishop G5, we could just take on D5, and I think both things are probably fine. So I'm a bit, I like Queen C7, but for one thing, and that is I don't know what the next move for black is here after bishop G5 was played and Queen C7. So I feel that white has some extra time here to.
But the white plan is very unusual, at least. You playing A5, exchanging this bishop, and then.
And I wonder if we place Rook E1, for instance, and black plays short castle, and we take on F6. Can you still take with a G pawn? And if we then play something like Queen H6, just play Rook takes C3, for instance, or
immediate,
or maybe not, but maybe just the next Rook to the C file.
Yeah, like this.
Because, and then we play Rook E3 with a threat of F4, or we could play F4 immediately. F4 immediately, then we take on C3. So
maybe can play F4.
And then I take on C3 immediately. Absolutely. And then I go Rook to C8.
And
I think that will be.
In the practical game, it's impossible to play.
It's fishy. It's dodgy.
Okay, he played.
Something played.
I think so. Yeah. Okay, we'll see. No, he took. And Lamy took with a pawn, of course.
Yep.
That was his plan. So now he has the two bishops. This one is not very good right now, but it can be later on.
I mean, if we play Rook E1 now, black could consider playing something like Rook G8. Or even H4.
Yeah, trying to play. But he's not playing super fast, Robson. Sorry.
The 95 is still an option with this line that we looked at before.
I think we take a look at the games and then we take a short break.
Yep.
We start with Erdogmus against Sindarov. We left in this position. Played F3. 97. That's the reason he defended this pawn. Knight F4. Knight G6. Jumping in. As this looks very common on B3. You have to stop this.
And that is the move. But now immediately it's much easier for black to make a pass pawn on the queen side.
Sometimes you even play C4 later on.
But the bishop on F8, you have to do something with it. It's not so easy.
And please don't.
No,
this.
Exactly.
This is a very common trick in this opening. This was my move, I hope.
Yes.
So this is the position right now. Yeah, it's very, very usual for
King
this.
B7 maybe.
Yes, for example.
Should the king go to F2 and then, or should we play something like H4 already?
King maybe. Sometimes they also play this.
Okay.
Just to
Yeah, there's a lot. I like this position in a sense, but for both sides, because there's so much that can go on and so many pieces on the board still. I can see why you find it attractive if you're a strong player.
Yeah, so there is a lot of play. Okay, next game. Rapport against Tan. We had this position. We were not at all sure what to do, but he took at least on d4, as we said. He played bishop b2, going for this pawn immediately.
Forcing c5 at some... No? Oh, yeah, c6 and then...
d6, and bishop go back, and then defend the pawn.
I thought you would play c5. Because...
Maybe later on.
Yeah, there's no way around playing c5 eventually, so why? Because there's some take and queen h5, maybe. Or
You wanted to play this because there is also some.
Yeah, exactly.
How do we take?
Maybe just bishop d5 immediately.
Yes.
Yeah, it's...
And then we can open.
It's annoying, yeah.
So this was played. Rook a2 was played, preparing
queen a1, I guess,
to double up, castle first, and this is the position. Should the queen move, and then this,
and then c5 again, bishop d5 will come.
Yeah,
I guess
this double this.
Can you just take an a4? No, it's not enough. Not enough.
No. Okay, we take it. Quick look. Ivanchuk against Grandelius. We had this position. Only one move. Knight e2. This one is coming to f4.
And then we can play maybe rook c1 at some point.
Start to attacking the pawn.
Yeah, he found
a move.
It's now when I see it, it's very logical.
Yes, exactly.
Because there is no attack on e4, so it's not needed anymore, and it was not doing anything. Of course, very, very sensible.
And the fourth game we saw this. He took, and he played f4.
Yeah. It's the logical continuation. Yeah.
But we take a break.
Yep.
And we will be back in about 10 minutes. So we are back and we are going to follow all the 4 games still in progress.
And some very interesting games.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm
difficult.
actually excited for the rest of it.
Yes, and I think there will be some time trouble later on in some of the games. So we had this position in the game between Ray Robson and Erwin Lamy. White played f4 with a big threat.
Yes.
Play f5 and knight d5 and it's all over.
So
I thought about this,
yeah,
which is a little bit desperate. Maybe
take on f5.
I thought about
yeah, something like that.
I'm not sure. We still have the king in the middle, we shall not forget.
But it could be right anyway.
Yeah. But Lamy, he took.
Yeah, that feels...
The pawn structure is not good. We can agree.
That is the least you can say.
Yeah.
I don't... I wonder what happens after knight d5 now. That is my first candidate.
Let's say if he takes.
And then we take on c3 and then we're happy.
But are we...
Yeah, we're happy.
Yeah. We have...
if only not a lot, but a little. Because we're threatening to take on b3 and rook d3. We can play queen e5. We can even...
We have 2 good bishops.
So we can allow ourselves to trade queens.
On the right square.
And I'm not saying that black is absolutely fine here, but I think black can play this position.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you are more...
But knight e5 looks, for me, this looks really awkward for black. Maybe you can just move the queen.
Because the idea is...
Just take with the pawn, and the f5 square is just blinking red in my head. It's like a beep, beep, beep.
Yes. So
the knight is like a big truck that is moving into f5. It's just backing up, and you hear the sound.
But we don't take it.
Yeah, so how do we do?
I don't know where to put the queen.
No, queen c6, knight d4.
And here we are stepping in. There is all kind... Oh, sorry. There is all kind of forks.
Queen d8. Now we can just take on f4 if we want to.
Yeah, what are we doing?
Absolutely awful. And so is there something after knight d5, take on d5?
There must be something.
Yeah, and now we play rook g8, rook g5, rook e5.
I thought about the same idea, but without a rook.
So rook g8.
With the idea...
Knight d4, rook g5.
Yes, and then we would like to put it on this square.
It's actually not too bad.
No, and this one is maybe hanging.
So what...
Oh, sorry. God eftermiddag.
You wanted some AI help.
Yeah.
So rook g8. But we have other moves. For instance, h4. We've just stopped rook g5 from happening. It's one option.
Then we could try to...
Another one is just play rook f1 and pick up the f pawn.
Want to come here and try to take this one.
Then we will let go of the g2 pawn. There will be some counterplay there. But knight d4 again, knight f5. It's...
Yeah, the idea is to get the knight in the center, at least. And let's see if it was played or not. It was played.
Yep.
So now...
It's so natural.
Yeah.
It must be taken.
Yeah, because we have
other option.
There is no squares. So we have to take it.
Yes. Queen takes, rook takes c2, rook c1, then queen d2, and that's knight d4, knight f5, and then knight d4, yeah. Rook c5.
No, then we...
Not so clear.
Maybe not.
Knight f5.
We can just take it. There are some pins. The knight is good, but it's not winning on its own.
No. King d6, queen takes f7. Ugh.
So there are still some tricks going on.
Yeah, this does not look healthy.
So are a little
But
bit
taking
worried.
with a pawn is so opens up for rook e1.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at your move. You said rook e4 after e takes d5, rook e4. But I think rook e1, and then the rook must move, and then we just take on f4.
And now we would like to have the
There's
rook still on the c.
nothing good to say about black's position there. So
of course it would be better to just
yeah,
be able to put this rook on. Can we go this way?
ah, I like it better even. Excellent. Because we also have this h3,
Yeah.
and sometimes maybe the f4 pawn will bring us some joy.
So on this we
Sorry, queen e2. I play queen e2 instead of rook e1.
so sorry. I want to play this to stop it. Yeah.
f5.
Ah, the other rook.
But again, we just play rook e1, and when the rook moves there, we move the queen to d3 again, and I don't think black has really gained something here.
It's the wrong rook we exchange now.
Gained.
We need to exchange this one.
Yeah. Gained another weakness.
This was played, took, and it took with a pawn. And this was probably our own move.
Yep.
So this is the position. And Lamy,
I think
going down on clock.
Yeah, I think your move h4 is
it's a move.
Okay. Queen e2, and we need to find something better than we was just looking at. Maybe just king f8.
But now, okay, now when I move my knight, a5 pawn could be hanging later on, but not yet.
But not yet, sadly.
Yeah, and with a knight on f5, then yeah. So what do you want to do? You want to run with the king? So we got a suggestion of king d8, but yeah, maybe this king is more safe on the queen side.
I agree with that. So
yeah,
okay, let's just see what happens on knight d4, because it's
the natural move.
It's very natural. It's quite normal in these positions for white to sacrifice something to get such a knight, and here you only sacrifice the pawn. So
and it's a triple.
Yeah. Maybe it's even better to play rook f1 first with the idea to threaten knight d4, because there's like a double threat now to either take on f4.
So could we just say it doesn't look so good for black?
Without still any variation.
You can play
the game king d8 that Thomas suggested. It's also I think it makes good sense. It's flexible, and the a5 pawn is a bit weak. If black gets the rook active somehow, it might not be the end of the earth. Positionally speaking, white should be better, but
can't you rush it to a3 to try to get sort of the rook to the e3?
Sorry?
To a pawn to h.
Yeah, we thought about this. Yes.
This was our first suggestion.
Yeah, that's very slow.
Yeah.
Okay, we take a look at the other games. Erdogmus.
I'm not sure about the evaluation here. I sense that it's better for white.
Yeah.
But I think white has to produce a few good moves still, and black probably has more resistance than it might look superficially. Maybe it's even almost okay for black. It's just, I would say even if black gets a knight to f5 and takes the f4 pawn, and we lose the d5 and the a5 pawn, we're still slightly better.
Yes.
That is the reason why I think that this kind of position is unpleasant for black.
We had this position in the game Erdogmus against Sindarov. The exchange variation in the Spanish, or Roy Lopez. h5 was played. White responded with h4. King b7.
Yeah, the rook is moving from e8 now, and then bishop e8 to f7 probably.
c4 was played, which you normally do.
Then knight e6. Okay, so
Bishop bishop d6. King f2. All the normal moves, but soon there is no more normal moves. So this is the position. King f2, last move. But then what with white?
Will black ever play g5 in such a position?
Might do, if you have some concrete follow-up. But it's very difficult for white to advance with his pawns. g4 is never possible, and as soon as you play f4, there will be knight on g4. So this is not this is not coming. So how do you?
It's what sometimes we refer to as an octopus position, because they're like clinging to each other. Black rook on e8 is needed to keep the knight out of e6. Black rook on h8 is needed to keep the pawn from falling on h5. The rooks on the d5 are needed, so that it's possible that we end up with a position where they're just
Looking at each other.
Yes. Like a wrestling match where there is no judge to go in and say let go.
Yes, they just look.
Yeah.
As in the wane, almost. So this is I would say about equal.
Yeah.
But still a lot of play. Rapport against Tan. We had this position. Castle was the last move, I think. Played bishop e6, challenging this bishop.
Yes.
He took, played queen g4. Of course, this is a threat. Was defended by the queen.
Yeah. Now e5 doesn't work because of bishop takes e5, and you could take with the pawn also, but
yes, but it would be sad for bishop.
Yeah. Take with bishop, and bishop takes d4, rook f4, so that is not possible.
So he took, and the problem I don't know, but if you take with a pawn, we can take, and take.
Yeah.
So it's not possible. So black has to take with a c pawn. But yeah, opening up.
C pawn seems just as weak as the a pawn here.
Some weak pawns on the board. Play bishop c1 to defend the pawn. e5.
Okay.
Wants to exchange.
If white is able to play bishop d2 and c3 later on, then the b4 pawn will control two of black's pawns. So then white will have an extra pawn on the other side almost. So strategically, yeah. Well, we have to be able to play c3, which is easier said than done here.
Yeah, because there is a file.
Yeah.
But just to show what you mean, let's say this, and I will play an extremely stupid move. I go away.
Yeah. Thank you.
You mean like this?
For indulging me.
Yes. This pawn.
Precisely.
Stopping these two pawns.
But black will instead play rook c6.
Yes, he will, of course not. So he will play.
The moment we play rook c6, it's going to be very difficult to move a c pawn forward. So if we play something like rook c1 and then try to go with a king all over, black can even play something like h6 bishop g5.
Are we sure that we should exchange queens?
No,
So we have this, I think.
we're not sure. But if you move a queen when queen e6 is
So he played.
no. Okay, yeah.
He wanted to take back with a pawn. Also happened.
Now h6, I guess.
Yep. G3.
Yeah. So bishop g5 can be met with f4.
Yeah. And now the rook. So now we have some weak pawns. This one is weak and this one is weak.
So if we play something like bishop d2, rook c6, rook b1, rook c8, rook b2, and then we walk the king to d1 so that the c2 pawn is protected, then we're free maybe to move.
Then you want to come.
Yes.
And then you want to play. But still.
Wanting to play is not the same as being able to.
No. So what else?
But it's a bit annoying because we get the king to d1 and then we play rook b3 to a3 and suddenly the a6 pawn is weak for real.
So you have one weak pawn and you want to defend it with a king. To put it here and then have one rook free.
Yeah. So rook b3, rook a3, and then black has to either put a rook on b6 and one on c6, and then we are able to play c3.
Yes, I think it's too long. It never works.
It might actually work because black is so static. Because of the static structure.
Yeah, let's see.
I would say in a dynamic structure it would never work, but in a static structure it can. That is how I would say.
So let's say you want to play this move.
Yep.
This is very normal. You want to play this.
Yep.
Okay, so maybe I should try something. King to e6 and play d5 is plan.
Yep, that's very sensible. And I play rook. No, I need to go with the king. That's true.
And I go.
f4.
And then
it doesn't help me really.
Can I play d5?
Yeah, you can. I've not gained a lot by that. I agree.
So it's not easy,
that
at least.
Counterplay, yeah.
And we also see that black has 20 minutes more on the clock. So Rapport is not finding, at least not an easy win.
No.
Did he play f4? Yes, he did. Midget.
So now the king can't move.
Does he want to protect the pawn?
He can play like that and then walk with the king.
Yeah.
So the problem is when we go with the king to f1, how do we continue? Because king e1 we can take on f4 and then can't take back with the g pawn because of bishop h4.
So let's say we say this. Let's say this. I don't know which move.
Yeah.
This maybe.
No, g5.
Sorry. I play this.
Yeah. And we play king f1.
And I wait.
Yeah.
And what you mean is if we go here, we have some.
Yes, exactly.
Big problems. So we cannot.
And if you go to e2, then the pawn on c2 is hanging. So it's a bit hard to. Yeah.
Very strange maneuvers to. I would think black is okay.
I think so too.
Yes. But there's still a game going on. We have to see Niels. He's playing with the black pieces against Ivanchuk. We had this position. 92 was played. He jumped in.
And I
finally.
I actually out of a mistake I did see the computer evaluation of this position.
Okay. It's good for black, I hope.
Well, there was a move that I actually looked at before in this position. That is because what is the most important piece in black's position? Go back one move. Which is the most important piece here for black? Yes.
This one.
So, and it must protect c4.
Yes.
So, what should you play? Yeah. So, but f5 and knight f4, knight g5
Yeah.
is dangerous. So
So I have to play f6
yes,
to be able to jump
that
back.
would be very. And now black is clearly better, actually.
Clearly better even.
Yeah.
Okay, so this was
Because and you can see it if you just look at white's position. It's like you're a pawn down. There's no obvious way for you to. Well, I don't know if it was correct. It's clearly better, but it should be slightly better.
he's a pawn up.
Yeah.
So that's also part of the evaluation.
Yeah.
But he played this b3.
Yeah. This is very
Standard, trying to
Yep.
undermine this knight.
Must be the right thing to do.
Protecting. Because this pawn is protected by the bishop. Knight g5. Trying to still come to this.
Yeah.
And he moved.
He just moved it. He's going to play c5, I guess, after.
Oh,
But then white can get a lot of compensation from just playing d5 after c5.
you want to play this, trying to use this pin.
You take, and then you have knight c2 and take on e3. Sorry, so there is no compensation.
You mean like this, and now removing this bishop.
Yeah.
Which should be the winner, but it's not.
It's actually.
Or is it clear? Is it?
What?
I know. I thought maybe I could trap the knife, but
there's some compensation still, because the knight will have to go to b4. It's slightly weird still.
Let's see again. We have this bishop d7 played, and you would think you should take the pawn.
Nils spent a lot of time on knight d3, right?
Yeah, but
that look like.
This is normal. Let's say it takes.
Yep. I don't see another move than c5. Well, e5, of course.
Yes. You have to hit something at least. You cannot live with this.
No. But e5, d5.
Yeah, the bishop is not so good.
There's no way to continue here. So it's.
We take a look at this again.
Yeah.
c5.
And
trying to use this.
Yes.
I really want to sacrifice the exchange, if it's possible at all. What do you want? You want to play rook a3?
Yeah. And we take on d4.
We have to take back, and then we get a lot of squares for the knights. Doesn't work so well.
I think d5 looks like the only move, because d takes c5 is basically the same line after take on a1, knight c2, but then the pawn structure is ruined. So, but I think there is some compensation for white here. There always is. The question is it enough? Queen takes, knight c2,
and the queen and the bishop.
Yeah, and it should probably go to c3. Take on e3, take on e3. And now maybe f6 is a party ruins the party a bit.
Because you want to have the knight here, if it's possible.
But you can just play knight f3. So, because after knight f4 here, and we play e5.
Knight b4.
Knight b4, sorry. e5. This is... I think this is full compensation.
Yes, the knight is a little bit out of play.
Yeah.
You have some follow-ups.
Yep. I don't really see how this line can be avoided. But I've been wrong before. We only looked at 8 games so far together, and I've been wrong many times already.
Yes. That's normal.
But yes.
But if we don't play c5, what are we doing then?
Yeah, exactly. Then Thomas rook a3 is going to ruin the day for...
I must be c5.
Must be c5.
Okay, d5.
d5, because take on c5, we take on a1, rooks, knight c2, and then it's like twice as good for black as it would always be. So it must be this, and we take on a1.
Is there any point in flicking in h6 in any position? Maybe not.
I'm thinking, so b6, because there is the c4 pawn is still a bit weird too. Rook b1, knight b2, rook a3, knight b2.
No. I have to defend the pawn.
At this stage, even, yeah, but no, I'm thinking of just taking on a4.
With, or do you want to take it with knight?
Maybe with a bishop.
Maybe
It looks really ridiculous, but maybe with a bishop.
I don't want to give up this pawn, so I go instead. I go here.
Queen e8.
Still going for this.
Yeah, rook fa1.
You play a5 instead of e5. E5 instead of e5.
Yeah.
We looked at after e5, d5.
Are you in with white? E5.
Yes.
This will collapse quickly.
I think unless you win material here, your whole center is collapsing. So
it should be something. I don't like it on principle, but I have not calculated one single line.
This it can never work. Because
once you take this,
White's position is in ruins. The moment the center falls together, I mean, we can even play bishop c6 here, but I think that just taking on e5 is just...
We don't like it, as you...
No. No, the center needs to be kept intact. It's White's only asset, really.
So how... He's still thinking, so he has not taken yet. Maybe there is another move.
What are the challenge moves here?
It's only one. Take this one. That's the problem. I cannot answer. I guess he's thinking about next move. Because he played b3, and then he played knight g5 to get the bishop to move. To not take now would be strange.
Yeah.
But who knows?
e5 now. I play c5 anyway, probably.
He will take.
But e5 here is at least slightly better than in the other situation. Yeah, that is at least possible. This is not out of the question. Not bad.
If I play h6, are you...
94.
And I want to come here again.
That is nice.
Okay,
you just take
that. That's
terrible.
And then I go
so
here
on h6. yeah, h6 just looks good because you can't play e6. I just take on g5.
Yeah, I thought maybe this was, but I can
Take.
Take probably. Or should I take? So this is a little bit straight. You have your knights, the bees,
I do. My bees are there.
but they are alone.
Maybe c3 here, but then actually you can take it and queen takes d7. Yeah, I think that is fine for black.
Yeah, and then you go for this one. And maybe there is something to think about still. Should be, or else he would have moved for a long time ago.
If you are to play e5, it's now. Not. But I feel if we go back to this sacrifice c4, I mean c4, c5, d5, take on a1, queen takes a1.
You want to look at this again?
Yeah, I think this is.
This is the critical variation.
I feel it's critical. So
this
here, queen c2. It looks a bit weird to have to take with the queen there on e3, but I think it's, or the pawn, I mean. And we have, I don't think e5. And then we just play knight f3. That is just good for white. So, and e6, we could even consider taking on h7. Or we could play h4. There's many decent moves there. Rook f6. So I think knight b4 is.
And all this.
Yeah.
Normal.
This looks like compensation to me. Full compensation.
Yeah, he's playing without his bishop, black square bishop, and you have some.
Yeah, I like white.
The bees are coming.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, we take a quick look. We had this position between Erdogmus and Sindarov.
Okay, he's giving up the e6 square.
Yeah.
Because he can play just rook f7.
So if you go here, it just want to come. So his plan is, yeah, I don't know what is his plan.
Wait.
Do you have a tactic?
Yeah, I'm thinking of take on b6 and b4.
You want to take? If I take with a pawn, this one is hanging.
Yeah, it probably doesn't quite work.
But take a c5.
Yeah. Not quite.
We don't have to jump if we don't want. The plan must be to play some pawn moves, f5 or g5 or something with this.
Yeah. I don't think I shouldn't give a rook. But it's interesting.
You want to?
Yeah, there's so many things I want.
Yes.
And I shouldn't. Exactly. I was thinking whether I should play a4 and a5 first.
Yeah, but let's see the idea is to, and then we'll collect this one. But you're a rook down, which could be a problem later in the game.
or so I've heard.
Yes, could be.
Yeah, it's not quite there.
No, and this was.
Yeah, I think you can just play king b7.
Yes, and just move the bishop. And let's try.
Yeah.
Then I have to. Then knight d8, so I have to go here probably. But this is a safe square.
So rook b1 check, and rook d6 after king a7, but doesn't threaten anything. But it's a nice mate if you take it.
Yes. I could also try to, but this doesn't threaten anything.
Also no threat.
There is no threat. That's a big problem with.
But we could take on c7 there just. It's c4 is also hanging.
Yeah. Okay, this is not.
No.
If you play this, maybe this
Then a5.
Yes. Then sometimes you can play moves to coming in. But I'm not sure that maybe you should not jump. We could still be on f4. We could try this. This. Maybe. Put it here. And maybe that one here later on. Not so bad. Playable for white, or maybe even more. Like b5, and we will. The other knight maybe can choose still.
Almost have to take. Yeah.
And if you play a4, you should not allow this.
No, it seems unhealthy. Because c5 gets too weak.
The bishop.
But this is clearly your turf. I feel very uncomfortable on both sides here. I'm just looking for sacrifices all the time, and there aren't any.
Yeah, maybe there is. There will come.
Yeah, I always looked at that one.
I just move my pieces around and hope I find something.
I think Thomas has found someone, Nils' game.
Not in this game.
No, in Nils' game, I think Thomas' suggestion earlier was actually played. So he did not go for my line that I thought was the only
one.
No, instead he.
C4.
What did we miss tactically here? Why is c takes d4 not just very good for?
It could be that it is very good.
Yeah.
He has to take on d4 somehow. Knight or bishop. I don't know which.
I think you have to take with the bishop, because if you take with a knight and black plays something like knight e5, you're very badly coordinated. But in this position, e5.
You took with a knight. Okay.
Because here you could take and then play e5.
So you need his bishop to defend this round. But how can this be anything for white at all, ever?
Again, knight b2 here is viable, maybe.
No, this, because not both the knight are hanging.
Sorry. Okay, that was.
Okay, he got his pawn back. But should I go here?
Yeah,
go for this pawn.
Knight e5. Everything looks good. I mean, now black is obviously better. The question is how much.
And then we think about these very weak pawns. Black's pieces are active. It should be if these knights somehow can't find good squares, but I think this is a good square. This is one is hanging.
I wonder if there was some forcing line in there, because I think the sacrifice line we looked at before was fine for white, but
Yeah.
maybe there was something more sharp going after the c4 pawn or something like that.
Not played yet. Yes, he's played and took. And now he's thinking, Nils. And of course, this is a threat. Take.
So the question is c5 or e5, but e5 looks...
Because we have a threat. And on c5, it could hang loose. How can this not be excellent for black?
Yeah.
Maybe it is excellent.
Yes.
But this is the position right now. We take a look at what to Robson against.
Oh, yeah.
We had this position. He took back with a pawn on d5.
Did something happen there?
Yes, he played f5.
Yeah.
Rook e1.
Yeah. And this... Oh, wow.
Do we have a good move? Oh, short castle. Okay. A little bit.
Is it brilliant?
Hopefully, it is. What if we do our knight tour?
Yeah, I'm thinking queen d3.
Queen d3. You want to take it with a queen?
Yep.
Yeah.
And so rook c8, I can play something like rook e2 now, just... Queen d7.
Protecting.
Actually not looking so clear. Knight d4. Bishop f6.
Yeah, the bishop is at least not blocked.
No, exactly. And we have something queen, like queen b5, rook b4, stuff like that. Actually, black is getting somehow coordinated here. I completely missed this.
Short.
Very nice.
Short castle.
Very nice played. But I'm not sure. Was rook e1 the right move? Because here, if we play knight d4 immediately instead. I'm a bit more worried by that. So, but okay. Because now the rook is not doing a lot on e1. I probably didn't think that black would go for, but I think that was probably just the right thing to do here. Knight d4, bishop f6, knight takes. Rook c8.
Yeah,
rook e2. Queen d7 now.
Hitting the knight. And then you want to...
Yeah, exactly.
Come here.
Queen d3 and rook b4 or queen rook b4 is also... This is annoying.
Yeah, suddenly black is attacking.
Yeah, because on b3 now, queen a4.
Now you have all kind of problems. And c3 is not working, so how should we do it with the white pieces? This was very good, short castle.
Yeah, I feel that rook e1 was a mistake already.
Sorry?
Queen e2.
Queen, yeah, queen e2 to try to take this one.
Yeah, bishop f6.
It's only a pawn.
There's not even a check after you take that pawn, so...
Sorry? You want to come... It's not even mate. With a bishop on f6. And if you move this one, there is never a mate at all. Let's say you take... And
Rook takes c2.
end of game.
I think here the most important thing, if we start playing passively here, if we don't get the knight over to f5 and black gets to play bishop f6, there is no reason anymore that black should not be very fine. So, and the more I look at it, the more I feel that the white's last move was a huge mistake. I mean, what the rook makes does absolutely, it's just throwing away a move at the moment. So knight d4 here must be the move, and black cannot just give, so you have to play something like queen d7 here, I think. But then rook d3, queen d3.
Can I still not play the same?
Yeah, I take on f5. This is at least...
Yes,
like,
you have not...
So many tempis better.
Yeah.
So rook f1, for instance.
Yeah, you can use the rook on another. Yeah. But okay, rook e1 was played.
Yeah.
Castle was played.
Yeah. No.
And this was not played. This is...
Now I like black.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm very emotional.
Yes.
I was like, oh no, I like this. Oh, I like that.
Yeah, it's good. So what do we want to see? What about Rapport? We had this.
Yeah, and it was d3,
rook c8,
f4,
rook c6.
And the question is...
Just played rook f2. A lot of moves have been made. Bishop d8. It's going to play a5. Or what?
Probably.
King g2. No. Rook c8. King f3. King f7. g5. Took. f5.
King g4, yeah.
Bishop e7. King g4. Rook h8. So this will get... This is the current position.
And how will you ever... feel that black is doing...
Should I take it or should I just let it? Or maybe it doesn't matter. Could play bishop f.
I think you should just play rook h1.
Yeah, the rook should enter. Okay, I just play.
King g5.
Go back.
Yep.
And now...
we should probably play g4.
Yeah.
But now we can't move almost anything.
Can black move?
No.
It's a Zugzwang.
Yeah, okay.
Mute.
Maybe...
But where is the plan? How should white continue ever be better?
I don't think there is a plan.
But the rook should stay. We should not allow this rook to come.
No, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, we wait.
Mm.
What is white going to do? The king is where it is. Cannot move. This rook.
Here's nothing to do. There's nothing to do. No one can move. The black rook is bound to the h file.
Yeah, and this rook has to defend this.
Yeah, exactly. And you can't kick the king away from g5, g6, and d5 do not improve the position. So this is a octopus hug.
I'm trying to lose now.
Yeah, and you will immediately. Yeah, and rook c6. And
if I can deliver a check, then maybe I have an attack.
Okay,
somehow.
so let's not move the rook from c6.
But we have to move with black.
Yeah, okay.
We should move.
Rook h3.
But then we let the rook, I don't know which rook, this probably. We let it out. Yeah, let it out.
Okay, so what happens if we instead play rook? Okay, you can play rook h7. No, you can't. So I play, instead of, I play rook c1 instead.
Yeah. Now, if I want to, I can.
Yeah, you can.
And then I can.
Okay. Yeah.
But how is it possible that we cannot find a move? Can I play a king move then f6? It's very strange. I don't believe I have my rook on h1, and this one is good. But what should I do?
Yeah, rook b1 looks.
Rook b1.
It looks a bit slow.
It
rook h2, take
yes.
on b4, king rook h7, king g8.
Now you should be careful because there is a discovered
exactly
check.
But what we do instead, we play rook b1. No, sorry, we go. I can't do that.
But can I go? Come here, go around.
Yeah.
Give the check from here, maybe.
Now we're talking.
You want to play this?
That's good.
I cannot. I have to move.
Yeah, I haven't been very passive again after rook a1.
Yes, but I have a good rook now. Rook a7.
You have one good rook.
It's enough.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Now I can also play rook c7. Even.
Yes, because this one is defended.
Yeah. It's actually rook takes b5 here. It's not so clear.
Ah, excellent shot.
She didn't take on you.
No, I guess she did something. So we have this position. Took. She played bishop f6.
Then we can play bishop h4.
We move it. If we can get in g5, it will be very good. Can take.
But we never can.
I should be okay.
Yeah, black can play rook d8, d5 even here. Maybe at some point.
But I don't see what is White's idea. Should be to move the bishop, move the king, and then g4, g5. But that's too slow.
Yes.
So this was good. Bishop f6. And you, of course, you don't want to take. You take with a pawn or the king. Rook a1. Not letting the rook enter.
Rook c8.
I don't see what's happening if I just wait.
I'll go to c8.
I could go here if I like, but there is no threat because you cannot allow me to take this one.
You can, because you're getting rook to c3 and take d3.
But then I will attack somehow. But
You will.
this is very. I don't believe in
Yeah.
anyone having any
You're right.
winning
I agree.
chances.
Agree. Yes.
So this is the position. We take a look at Nils. He played knight e5.
Rook c3 or
Nothing played. Clock is ticking.
I looked at this before and I thought rook c3 was the only thing that held things together, but there are numerous moves that are annoying here.
Rook c8 is one move.
Then you have
example.
to play c5.
You can also try to use this pin somehow.
Yeah. Queen a5 is also a move threatening a4. Strategically, this looks awful for white, but maybe there is some tactic that keeps things together. But
there is, you cannot let this go because you hit the bishop immediately. Whereas you could play f4 and e5 or something like this.
Yeah,
but
no,
it's too bad.
Collapsing.
No.
Queen e2, you mean? Ah, okay. But I'm happy to play something like a5 probably. Because now a4 is... so rook c1 now. There, c5. b6. Maybe. Yeah. Okay. Go back once more. Just so queen d2. Yeah. I just want to see that position once more. Knight bc6.
Yes, play it safe.
Yeah.
Take with the bishop. Rook comes.
Yeah, maybe it can be held together. That's a good move, Thomas.
Yeah, but I think the evaluation is the same. Black is better.
Yep.
Yes, but for white or for black? We will see. We take a look. There has been development in this.
Is this our move or is it?
I will check. We will see. Game moves. We had this position. Oh, he played knight d3, trying to exchange this knight. He took on d5. Took back. So no more pawn majority. Took and took. A lot of moves have been played. King is coming. Rook e1. k8. Bishop d2. King d7. Take. a4. a5. Rook e4. This is the last move. I have a prediction. Yes. It looks drawish, at least.
Yeah.
And they have played rather quick. They are on move 29, rook e8. Yeah. Okay. this will end in a draw.
It will.
Yes, we agree. We take a look at Rapport. We had this ending. Rook A1. Rook H7 just waiting. Rook C1.
He wants to play that C3,
C3,
rook C2 thingy.
So white wants to play this and then come with a rook and take and try to enter.
Black can just go back to H8 and there is no such thing anymore.
Okay, so I wait, hoping you play rook H7. But you can move your king, for example. It's blocked, so to speak. There is no real plan.
No.
It would be very good for the tournament if Tan gets a draw in this game, I think.
Yeah.
Because she has started with 2 losses. It's very sad to see one player lose a lot of games. She has straight back. And we have Robson against Lamy. We had this fantastic short castle. To check that is not our own moves. Queen D3 was played. Bishop F6 as expected.
Taking King G7.
King G7. Yeah, and the bishop, which was not good. All the food is for staff only. Can you read, please? I have to do it.
Okay.
So we have this position, King G7 last move. And the bishop is now good. Maybe it's...
Yeah,
it's
it's
better.
like I say, I like black now.
Yeah, this bishop is now better than the
the pawn on H5 is very well placed now. I mean, possibly white can draw this by checking back and forth, but when the rook comes to C8 and the other one, next rook goes to somewhere. somewhere.
You have to defend if you want to take.
In this position, I think even a move like Queen C8.
But
sorry, it's white. That is
good. But let's say I do
G3.
You want to play this?
Yeah, maybe.
Trying to. Because if I take, you want to play rook G1 or what?
Yeah, but then you can play H4 maybe. Okay, it doesn't. Sorry, yeah, that was a bit impulsive.
How do we do it?
I guess we take on H5. No, then but it's.
Then you need to have.
It's probably not very healthy. Exactly. Take King H8.
Can we do it like check?
King G8 and then something like knight D4.
Now knight, yes. Because now there is a pin at least, but we have no threat because we can never play knight F5.
Yeah.
We cannot take the rook.
Threatening to take on B2 maybe.
Yeah, we cannot take the rook because we enter and give mate. Okay, we can maybe take this one and then this.
The position looks good for black. Actually, I think the queen is very strong in such a position.
Yeah, but there is at least this possibility. Let's say.
Now just something like Queen C5.
There's a lot of weak spots for the queen.
Yeah. Or queen c4. One of those two moves.
Yeah.
It's doesn't look.
The king is safe. Just so what happened? King g7. Nothing happened. Maybe
Rook e2.
rook e2 was played, defending on c2. What did we do? Rook c8 maybe.
That is the move you want to do.
Yeah. Rook g1.
G4 and G5.
We will see. I can put my bishop on e5.
You can, but it's a bit dangerous.
Yeah.
G3 take, and then rook takes e5.
Yeah, let's say this.
Okay, but when you have rook g4 between you,
I take.
But what about in this position? If we go back a moment, rook e2 was played.
Yeah.
So here.
So this is the position. Black to move.
I'm not sure we should put the rook on c8. I want to play more primitively, so I want to play rook h8, just taking care of that pawn, and then I want to play queen c8 next move.
You want to exchange queens. Yes.
Okay, after queen d3, maybe it's so easy to. Maybe white can just play rook f1 and threaten the pawn. Yeah, that was not. I disagree with myself.
I tried this again because I think I can put this one here, and it's very good because then I can go with the king always.
Yep. Agreed.
But there was queen c8 immediately. Trying to exchange queens.
And now on queen takes h5, we have rook h8.
And then we have to go
then
here.
We just take on h2. But I no longer believe that black is better.
No, but it's not worse.
No, I don't think so either.
No.
So it looks fine.
We have to take a look at this game, Erdogmus against Sindarov, because it has finished in a draw, as expected. They made a lot of moves. We had this position. Take. F4, F5, rather blocked.
Yes.
And I have to play on because it's not allowed to take a draw before move 40. So I have to play this. So it was a draw. So he's on 2 out of 3, Erdogmus.
Yeah.
Quite good.
And Sindarov
also on 2 out of 3.
And
okay.
This is probably becoming a draw slowly.
After rook h8, bishop d2 was played. Rook c2. Okay, threatening c2. So if this one goes here.
And rook c3. Rook c3, threatening.
You want to win?
Yeah, now I'm threatening to take on d3.
No, you're not. then you have to take the bishop first.
Bishop E1 instead.
Mm.
What do you want to play? This is the position.
Mm. So
You want to
bishop E1.
Mm. But doesn't look like a winning attempt.
Mm.
So what is the plan? What is the plan? If we wait, there will be played c3, and then rook c2, and then
So bishop d8.
okay, bishop d8. Let's say, okay, you want to come here later on, of course.
Play a5.
I want play a5. Yeah.
Either take first and then a5, or just a5. But and a5.
Yes.
Mm.
The only question is if black can win or not.
Yeah. Bishop d8, king f3. King f3, then bishop g5.
So this was a good move. Sometimes you have a5. You don't have to have the bishop on f6. Okay, Ivanchuk against Grandelius. Knight e5 was played. Queen b3. Attacking the knight on b4 and also defending the pawn. He went back to c6. Ivanchuk took.
Bishop takes.
No, he took with a knight. If he takes with a bishop, can we start through?
Maybe just c5.
Okay, we take a look at the game. He took with a knight and played c5.
Maybe position is just fine. h6 now.
Should hit it, then you have to go.
And queen c7 maybe.
Black's pieces are good.
White's piece is actually not so bad either, so yeah, maybe we just... The rook is a bit strange, but I'm not sure it's enough. The c5 pawn is suddenly well placed.
Yeah. And it's because we are not completely objective, because we hope that Grandelius should do well, of course, as the home player. c5 played.
I feel I misevaluated this a bit. I thought black would be better after breaking up a center, but it seems
I think he still is.
This seems to deal with it quite well.
But Ivanchuk is down on 5 minutes. 20 moves to make. Burning a lot of time. Sorry? I has played something. Queen c8. Okay, the threat is h6, and take this one. Defending also this and this.
And also you can play h6, bishop e6 immediately after king h2, for instance.
So let's say this. h6, the knight has to move. And we can... So queen c8 is the last move. I'm still quite optimistic in black position.
I think it's about even, because white can just play a5 and a6, and I don't see a real weakness in white's position anymore.
So what do you want? You want to...
King h2 is necessary.
Play this and this.
And queen b5.
Then maybe, what do I know?
Rook b1 I'm going to play when you... Rook d3. a6 is happy for me.
Is there enough play for white? Maybe there is. What did you do? I played king h2 as expected. And you would like to hit the knight because you want to have your bishop on e6. Say this again. Try it again.
What about playing a6 instead of rook d8?
I wanted to play a6, but I wanted to wait.
Yeah,
for you
but where's the queen going? Because now I was thinking knight b8 here,
Oh, you're going backwards.
but it's maybe just crap. Rook c1. Yeah, no, sorry. That was just...
If we could wait for white to play a5, and maybe a6, and
Yeah. No, I think it's just...
you
The
think it's
position is just fine for
white?
both.
Yeah, maybe it is.
Did you play h6?
No, we have this. Nothing more is played. Or knight d4. Before. So now we are...
This is a different thing. Okay. That's...
Of course, we don't want to take.
No.
So we have to move the queen.
c4, b4. b4 doesn't work. c4, then bishop. Then b5.
Tricky. Using the pin. So where should we go? There is a lot of squares to be avoided, at least. This one, this one. This one, this one. This one, this one. So where should we go?
b1, then just queen takes c5.
Yes, maybe we can just take this one.
It's hanging on b1, b7, sorry. So yeah, maybe just...
But the rook is also hanging.
The rook is hanging.
Yes.
Oh.
So where should he go?
Okay, so we could take and then play e5.
Sorry?
Take. And then e5.
Take?
Yeah, but then we just play queen takes c5, sorry. It's queen takes c5 is just good here.
That was a tricky move, knight d4. And now white is very low on time.
Yeah. So we missed that. That was... Yes. Yeah. If white has to take there,
then it's
bad news.
Yes.
Take, bishop takes, rook c1. Then f2 is hanging. Maybe we don't dare to take it.
Why not?
Because of e5. Bishop d5 and e6. Yeah, okay, so there.
Try something.
Yeah, and
be careful.
Take on c6, bishop, rook f1, something like that.
But you don't believe in it.
And rook f1.
You think there must be some way to defend.
Knight d4.
Ah, you have a move. You will come here. Of course, dangerous. So let's see. What did he do? Knight d4. Queen d3 played. A little bit dangerous to take the pawn maybe, because you get into all kind of pins.
But is the pin good enough? Maybe it is.
You want to take? You want
Let's
to try?
see what happens. So it's rook c1 or rook c3.
Rook
Otherwise,
d3.
otherwise I can just play e5. E5 immediately. Yeah, we take with the queen.
Yeah.
Rook d1. G5 is hanging still, so.
In a position like this, even if I play, let's say this move, I don't want to play it, but
No.
would it be
rook c1?
Then you would have time to defend, but the knight is good. You would like to take if it's possible.
Yeah. Truly.
How do we do it? Rooks.
Then e5.
Then e5, yes.
I think e5 looks like the right thing to do here.
A little bit. I take.
Yeah. Rook d1 now. I think we can play bishop c6.
Yeah, because the knight is always hanging. You know.
Bishop takes d4, queen takes g5.
Queen takes d4. What do I do?
Queen takes d4. Bastardo. Knight f5. It's bishop f4. Queen c5.
Some tricks. Trying to save the piece.
Very messy. Very messy.
Maybe it works. Queen d3 is the last move. This is thinking. We see what happened in the Rapport game. We had this position, bishop e1, bishop e7, rook h2, bishop f6, rook g2, bishop e7, rook e2, bishop f6, king f3,
Bishop g5,
bishop d2, and this is the position. And now they have made 40 moves, so this was the reason for them going back and forth. Wanted to have new time.
king f6. It seems that only black can better here.
Yeah. We still think this will end in a draw, I think.
Yep.
Because nothing's going on. We have to take a look at Robson against Lamy, because this was a very sharp position that we had after queen c8. Queen d3 was played. Rook b4. g3, trying to open up against the king, and rook e8. So this knight is not going anywhere because of this b2 pressure, and you can exchange. Now is the time, 10 minutes against 12, 15 moves to make.
Rook g2 now, maybe?
Still hoping for an attack.
Maybe queen h3.
Something like this, maybe.
But then rook g1 just...
Can I also... There must be a lot of moves for black.
Queen g4 even.
Something like this.
Black is super active.
You could take. Rook take. And this. No mate in sight. And the bishop is still strong.
Knight d4.
Yeah. But now the question is if you want to play for a win or not. Can remove it. Play king f8. Okay, king 8, king g8. This is not played. This is the position right now. So what do we have?
Nothing happened there yet.
He
did take it.
I hope he did.
No,
Yeah,
it's
he's still thinking. That was
e5. There's also bishop takes e5 on. But then we're in a bind, and
so what's the alternative? You can of course go back with knight if you want.
And then just maybe rook c1. We have not gained anything.
No,
but
we have lost something in this.
Yeah.
This should be
the
move, but suddenly he's afraid that he can mess this up. Would you want to play this? No.
e5. e5. Queen a5 or queen e7, queen e7, yes. But then rook c7 is actually annoying, so queen a5 instead. Yeah, but now a4 pawn is falling, and there's you don't have this. This is wrong again.
Yeah.
I think tactically that you need to break the e5 is like the key move, because it stops black from playing e5, and if black gets to play e5, black is always at least equal, because the a4 pawn is weak, and you're gonna have to spend many tempos to get the pawn on d4 somehow. So I think either e5 works, or this is probably fine for black, unless there is an in-between move like rook c1 or something. We also have rook c1.
Instead of
here. Queen d6 and then e5.
Then a5. A5 maybe.
Yes.
So we go here. You want to play this?
Yep.
I have to take it with
something.
With something.
But if you take away the queen, then again rook d1 seems to be
okay,
so bishop takes, yes.
It did go over e5.
He played e5 immediately. So he took on c4. No, he played e5 immediately. Okay. Then we defended this pawn.
Rook c1. Is he thinking of playing h6 and taking on f3 and then h3? Okay, could take on d4 first.
There is a pawn.
Yeah.
So if he takes on d4, does he have to take this first?
Yeah, in that case, and then knight f3. But this looks just.
It's two bishops.
Yeah.
All good.
but so are, I mean, rook d8 and yeah, this is very complex.
But do I get time to move my bishop then? So this is the last move, e5. No, he has played something. I think queen d3, e5. What did he do? Rook c1 he played. 2 minutes against 11. Move 23.
Yeah, I think that knight should be kicked because otherwise there's some bishop takes d4 followed by e5 stuff.
So we start with this move. We agree that black is winning the pawn in this variation.
And that it's a good pawn to win.
And then we put it here. Yes. So if is he forced to take on d4?
Feels like it, yeah.
Doesn't want to take this, we want to take this one. And he has to go here.
Rook d8.
And then rook d8.
Knight d1.
You want to go here, you want to move the queen, you want to put your knight on d3.
Yes, and
then
then I actually start liking white's position.
Can I use that this one is not...
I'm going to play c6 then, so...
So I have to do it. I have to be careful. Something has been played.
Yeah.
Queen d8.
Yeah. Perhaps brilliant. And now taking on d4 is much worse.
If I want to, I can take the knight, but probably I'm playing this one.
You could take and play f4 there.
We will see what he took. So we have this position.
Take, and he's going to play f4.
But let's say I take the knight.
Yeah, that's also possible. You could take on e5 or...
Yeah. Can you? Okay.
No, exactly, because we have bishop b2 at the end of that line. Yeah, and he's hanging on c1.
Yeah, there's a
c1
rook.
is hanging. Ooh.
Good. So if you take...
So you take, you have to go back with the bishop, and then queen e7.
And then we put the bishop here. And yeah.
Should be fine for black.
Yeah, black is never worse, but maybe he cannot win. It's not so easy to...
White can play a5 and go with a rook to b6, bishop f1, stuff like that. It's still, I think, it's only white that can be better.
But how do we want to play? After queen e7, what do we want to do? I play a6, I can put my bishop on b5 or c6 and defend.
Yeah.
But he took on d4.
He just took back. Did he?
He took on d4.
And on f4 now? Does he have something brilliant?
Probably. Rook c8 is played. Are you going for e5?
Yeah, that is my idea. So, but e5 now, maybe just bishop takes e5. Yeah.
Maybe I can take. And Ivanchuk is under 1 minute now. 15 moves to make. So he is under severe pressure, at least.
Lovely move, rook queen d8 there from Nils. Very nice.
What has happened? Robson against Lamy. Rook e8 was last move. Took on f4. Took on e2 and played queen g4.
It's very dangerous for well, you could take on g4 and just play rook g1 followed by h3 actually.
So let's say take.
We will probably just play king h6.
I wanted to come here. Doesn't matter, maybe.
King h6.
Have to take.
Rook takes g4 and take knight d2. King takes g4 and yeah, black is better.
Yeah.
So that would be not so good.
With this bishop in an ending would be nice. So this is the position. But we go back to Nils again. We want to see the time trouble. We know that white has made a move, or else he has lost on time, which has not happened. He played e5.
Yeah.
Let me check this move to start with.
Yeah.
Can we just take something?
We can take on b7 maybe.
We can take this one maybe. There is a lot of things hanging.
Yes.
Okay, so he will not take. He will play this move. But now the knight is
good. Knight e4 looks. I think take an e5, bishop takes, and then just rook c7.
He took.
Take on b7,
He
rook
took
c7.
and went back.
Yeah. And
so what do we have? We have bishop f5 sometimes, of course. Maybe you should move the bishop.
Just move a bishop and then rook e8 to e3, something like that. Maybe.
This, and you want to come. Bishop f5, we only play when it's good. But now this is a passed pawn. You can push it, maybe. So this is the position right now. No, it's not. Bishop g7 is played. Move 28. So what do you do? This rook. When are we going to activate this rook?
Yeah, on the c6 now we can maybe just play h6.
Yeah, because there is no threat. The rook is not defended. So you want to play this.
And then we can take on c6.
So wherever I go,
yeah,
you can just take it. So c6 is not working, probably. So what should he do, Ivanchuk? And he has to decide soon. The clock is ticking.
94 looks sensible. Then question is bishop f5 or not bishop f5.
Yeah, to pin, or else this one would end up here. So what did he do? He played he played c6. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
then we have to check this variation again. h6.
Maybe take an f7. Rook takes f7. Bishop d5. Bishop f5 looks good for black.
Yes. So what is his plan after h6? h6. Can I take? What is his plan? Is there a plan? Sorry? Rook c4.
We take on g5.
Take. You have to take the bishop.
We can...
Yeah, well, what can we not take?
Even, yeah, just taking an f4 here is probably really good. Because the d pawn is not dangerous because we have always bishop f6. And now the weakness of white's king is much more significant than anything else that is going on the board.
Don't take.
Don't take.
Then the rook is different. But this looks...
This is...
Because now we are threatening here.
Yeah.
And this one.
Yeah.
c6. So what... He played h6. Now it's very...
Yes. Sorry, that was the Swede in me that went... Are we allowed to root for someone in the tournament, or did I cross some line
it's
here?
absolutely allowed.
Yeah.
I think it's normal.
I mean, if it wasn't for Nils, I would root for Vasily. So
so do I.
It's
And now 10 seconds on the clock. It's desperate now. What did he play with? He went what?
yeah, a1. We're going to take on
g5.
e5.
He's going to take.
Yeah, and we're going to take on f4. This position is not good for white.
Yeah, I agree. Take. You can of course take on.
Yeah, you can.
On c6 also.
You can take back with a rook on d7. Then white will have to play f5 and then hope that is.
I mean, in this position. Yeah. I like that variation.
I think the weakness of black's king or white's king is more important than getting the pawn on d7. It's almost like the d7 pawn is a distraction for white here, because you think like I I need to hold it, but if you put a bishop on c6, that bishop is really out of the play, and you can play bishop e5 now, or queen f6.
Yes,
it's like no. So before the game, you asked me if I had some ideas how things would go, and I said no. But now I do.
No.
I believe.
You believe in Nils?
I believe in Nils here.
Yeah. I'm interested in this Robson Lamy.
Mm.
What happened after Queen G4? He took.
I didn't understand. Why didn't he take on F4? Was there some mystical reason for that?
We will never know.
Mm.
He took because the variation
Mm.
is very much like we said. Rook b4 to pin the knight to b3, and then he wants to play King G5 and then take this one.
Yep. And if white plays G5, we just play Bishop E5, and then on the next move we're gonna play something like Rook B5 and
start to collect.
Yeah. We could also take it, but
yeah,
it's not necessary to do it.
It's probably not bad to take it. So
Mm.
Robson, I think, is in trouble. And he is also down under 1 minute. And they have 10 more moves to make.
Yeah, I'm very curious after the game to see whether this Rook HE1 was a big mistake. And he really took his chances here. I think he played very well yesterday, and he would have been very Lamy would have been very deserved if he had won. He thought this Queen A2, but I didn't see at all, and stuff like that.
Okay, now we must be a little bit worried because Nils is also thinking a lot.
Yeah, but now he's much better. He just wants to.
Yes, but he wants to calculate.
I don't see any reason to be worried here.
I'm always worried.
He's probably thinking of Bishop E8.
Yeah, maybe. There is too many good moves, maybe. Maybe this is good. Because you have to move the knight, and then you can take this one again.
So he's just thinking which of those two is the best one.
We hope.
I think technically speaking, I think it's the best decision because you play for a win with 0 risks here, and the D7 pawn. Like I don't think it's a dangerous pawn even. No. Absurdly enough, I think the biggest weakness in this position for black is the F7 pawn, and the D7 pawn even in some ways obstructs the attack on F7 from the side.
So he just took back on F4.
Yeah, it's just we will take on C1 and play Queen takes D7, or maybe
something like this.
Because it threatens also on A4 now.
Because this is under attack.
Yeah,
we can activate the rook, and the bishop can attack this one later on. It's very good winning chances, at least.
Yeah, white will play F5 here, because you have to probably
to do something. Can we give a check?
Otherwise, there is a risk that black will play F5 and King H7.
And we don't want to exchange queens because we want to play against the king.
The question is, should we play G5 here?
Yeah.
Rook C6, then Bishop E5 check, and
could also start with a check and then play G5.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's say, for example, this, and this.
But okay, there's chances for white to hold this.
Some sort of blockade. Took, and this is the position. I again go back to Robson, Lamy. Sorry. Okay. Grandelius. It took on D7 immediately, and he played F5. Yes, he has to do it. And then we can take and get the same position, or we can give this check. We can play G5. I don't know what we can play.
Never.
You also would like to put your rook here, but then you are dropping your queen. So don't do it.
Not so great.
And now they are down under 2 minutes, both of them.
Oof. Mm. Yeah, I think he should take on c1 and play g5. And I'm not sure he should play bishop e5 check, because you might want to play rook e8 instead.
Hmm.
And then have a queen d6 check. You don't want to force the king away from a square that can be checked by a queen, for
No.
instance, because tactically it's better to keep that option open in
Yes.
case white plays something like bishop c6. So, and I would take first. No, I don't need to. Sorry, just play g5.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But now we see what he did. It was a move. He played rook c8.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
And
there is a threat.
And on rook f1 now he's going to play rook c3. Yes.
Yes.
Mm. And if he takes, there's queen takes c7 check. King moves, and I'm guessing g5. Or no, I was. I
Can I play this?
bishop e. Ah, sorry. Okay. So
The rook is hanging.
mm. Okay, then we must play rook d1 or.
Yeah, because if we take,
yeah.
I take. I'm very close to the queen square.
Yeah. This is not a healthy position for white either.
Maybe I could give a check and bishop e5. Looks
that is better.
Looks better. Okay, so this was very difficult to defend against.
Yeah.
He took queen take check. Have to move the king, and they played king h1. And now I wonder if queen c3 is, or do we want to play for mate, bishop e5 later on? Not sure what's going on, but
queen f4. Ah.
I thought queen f4. Okay, f1. I thought maybe
Played g5.
I thought I played g5. Sensible move.
So this is where I would have preferred the position with queen on d7, king on h2, and rook on c1, because rook e8 is always e3 square is very unpleasant for white.
I think he's playing for some sort of attack. Yeah, it's very good for black at least. Pawn up. Better king. Active pieces. White played f6. We have to finish the time trouble. After the time trouble. Took. This is desperate to give this pawn.
No, it looks actually decent because rook f1.
He has to attack the only weak spot.
Yeah. But it is indeed weak.
I defend. But we can play this, because what I was planning was not so good, because I must defend my rook. So this was not so good.
Yeah, queen e5 first.
Have to play this.
Necessary.
He went here. Midget, yes.
No, you can't. No.
The problem is I cannot defend my bishop with a queen. Did he trick him? How do we defend? The clock is ticking. Do I have to give up this pawn?
He did play a move in the end.
Played bishop g7. He has to give up this pawn. I think g5 was not... It was actually not good.
No, but here he's not going to take that pawn. He's going to play bishop d5.
d5, yes. And now this is a threat because...
So rook e8 maybe.
Have to move the rook somewhere. e8.
Go to e7.
f1. Maybe rook e7. And then...
It's not so clear.
Not so clear because now also the black king is open.
Yeah, exactly.
So this was very smart for Ivanchuk, this f6. This was not played, I think. So this is the position right now. So do we play bishop d5? We will soon know. 10 seconds we will know. Rook e1.
Was a take on g5 after rook d8. That is his point.
You should move the rook. Let's go here. You want to take?
Yeah, or play bishop d5. We could play bishop queen f4 here. But yeah, you could.
Can take.
It's going to be
good drawing chances, maybe.
Well, black must have moved because it's white to move again.
Black has made a move. He made the move rook d8. Okay, if you get a chance, maybe you push.
But bishop d5.
Yes. But he didn't play this. He took the pawn now.
Queen d6, maybe.
Yeah, stopping bishop d5. Or are we taking check?
No, moves like bishop e4 now, for instance.
We take with check.
Then I must play queen f6, probably. Yeah. White has good
d3 was played. Oof. The clock is ticking for Ivanchuk. He played bishop f3 just to control the queen square.
Yeah, and it's also opening up for rook g1.
Yes, so this and this was move 40. So now we should just see the next black move. But I was more happy.
Yeah, me too.
A couple of moves ago. I didn't like this g5, or maybe it was he played very strong. Ivanchuk with his f6. Very tricky play.
Yeah.
So Niels must do a move, and must do it soon. And he played queen d7. Hitting this one. Suddenly, and you also have this move is coming.
Mm.
So maybe still chances. He's pawn up.
Yeah.
Don't forget. But now the time trouble is over. There will not be a move for a while. Take a look at Robson
No.
Lamy was a draw.
Yeah. Okay.
Played g5. He moved his bishop.
Check.
King a2.
King b1. Yeah. Back and forth.
Draw by repetition.
Mm.
And we have the game Rapport against Tan. What has happened since last time? I'm not even sure if anything has happened actually.
Mm.
Where are we? Like here. Bishop.
I think it was king f6. There.
Yeah. She didn't play. She went. Okay.
Whoa. Okay. Something happened.
Yes. Oh. Sacrifice. Took. So this is the position now. Oh.
Rook e3, king g4.
We can collect some pawns, maybe. Can we? What is going on? Check. Rook g2. Check and take.
It was a really nasty trap. After rook e3 check, king g4.
Rook e3, king g4.
Rook takes d3. Bishop takes d6. King f6. Bishop c7.
And black has something to think about. Time to sacrifice the rook, I think.
Almost, yeah.
Mating threat.
So
this is the position.
yeah.
And
but we could give a check on e3 and then play rook g2. Then bishop takes e5. Okay. So how is it to give a check and then play rook g2?
give a check. Let's go here.
Take on d6.
Take on d6 with check.
Yeah. King e7. King f6, sorry. Bishop e7 check. Back. Bishop g7.
G5.
Yeah. g5.
Have to go back.
Yeah. And then take on e3 and then king f3. And rook a1.
2 pawns up.
So that does not work for black.
No. This looks very difficult for black.
Need something better.
Because if we lose d6, it's a good chance we also lose e5.
Yes.
And d4.
Yes.
We lose all the pawns from black squares.
Very unpleasant.
How do we...
Rook a2. Because after rook b7 here. Check on e3. King g4. Take on d3. Bishop takes d6. King f6. Now on bishop c7 we have... but we have instead rook takes b5. So new possibilities. Yeah, this is very interesting.
Very tricky play from Rapport.
Amazing.
Yeah. Then we can take a look at the game between Robson and Lamy.
Yeah.
And I think we can let Lamy doing the commentary.
Oh, yes.
He can do it on his own, I think.
Yeah. Okay, good.
He has the experience of commenting. But we will see. Has there happened anything with Niels? No. queen d7, the last move.
Hmm.
Maybe this was very good because we have this double threat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now we can leave the computer to the two players, I think. Please.
Yes.
Because the time trouble is over. So if you take here, you can take your place where you belong.
Are you not staying?
No, you can do it together.
Ah, okay,
I think you can manage.
Because we just had a look a bit already, so we can.
Yeah, okay. This is just a column, and you can. Do you have the game?
Should I click or him?
No. Here.
What
you
do
do
I
it.
do?
You
I
go.
close it, yeah?
No.
Oh,
No.
sorry.
Probably click back. And then choose our game.
Choose your game.
Oh, I messed everything up, huh?
Yeah.
Sorry. New system, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is
Sorry.
yes.
Yeah. Well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. I'll just move a bit so you can also. Yeah. So we just have to go through the game, I guess, yeah?
I guess so.
Um,
Yeah, well, you used to do. I mean, I know you play the knight off, but you play. I think you mostly play e5, mostly.
Yeah.
I'm always surprised. I feel like you're always sort of changing your.
I try a bit. Yeah. Try to mix it up a little bit here and there. But somehow,
Yeah, I always played with knight d5.
I did remember all the knight d5 things, but here I was a little bit out, I'm afraid. I mean, I spent, I think, some 5, 6, 7 minutes here, even a bit more. I couldn't really recall anything.
Yeah, rook c8 and bishop e7. I don't think it matters so much.
Yeah,
But
probably
it's
not, yeah?
fine.
Yeah.
That's the main line. And then
And
a4
this is of course very interesting, yeah. Because yeah, like you said, it's very rare, yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm preventing b5. Oh, I don't know. Like, as far as I remember, b5 is not supposed to be good. Although during the game, I couldn't even figure out exactly.
I assumed you have prepared, yeah. So that was the move I just missed first, yeah.
I have prepared it, but not like right before the game. Like,
yeah, I made some thoughts on things like this, but I didn't really like the look of just even. Okay, it's your prep, so you don't have to say it. But I'm like, I didn't like this already very much. But maybe there are also other ways. Doesn't look okay. Castle is of course normal, but of course I wanted somehow to. I assumed this would maybe come as a bit of a surprise.
No,
I hope so at least. Yeah. Yeah.
I have analyzed all the moves, but I haven't looked at it recently, so
okay.
I just didn't remember.
Yeah.
But I've definitely knight b6 was a move. So yeah, a5.
Yeah, I thought this made a lot of sense. Takes. Yeah, I thought if here, then maybe you'll bring your knight over somehow. Once you get that control in, didn't look very nice, I thought. So I'll take with rook. Bishop g5.
Yeah, so now obviously I want to take the questions. Will you defend d6 with rook c6, or will you play like?
Yeah, you mean I could try something like this, yeah?
Yeah.
And then I can recapture with bishop, yeah?
Don't know how to evaluate these.
Somehow I was attracted to this whole GF thing, and maybe that's just says something about my lack of. I don't know what I.
Yeah.
But I mean, maybe it's just bad. Yeah, I don't know. But to me, it looked interesting. The game.
Yeah, f4. It's kind of funny because I don't like if I could play knight d5 and take back with the major piece, then I don't want f4.
Yeah, you should be able to do this somehow. Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be.
But there's no way. So then I thought f4, f5 is the plan, and then put the knight on.
Yeah, and I was so afraid of this that I thought I should probably take it. I was just afraid of f5, knight d5.
If you play f5 here, it's probably bad, right? It's like ef, bishop f5,
yeah,
rook f1.
Yeah, I thought it's just taking a rook e1, yeah? Yeah.
Or f1, yeah.
Yeah, it just looks dangerous, yeah. Yeah.
So Yeah, I was very surprised by taking, because then your structure is like
This is a
kind
bit
of
much,
ruined.
yeah,
Well,
probably.
yeah, if you take, I guess queen takes probably.
Yeah, I just didn't really like the endgame.
When you considering you're down in exchange, it's not
Yeah.
so bad, but still, I don't think it's good.
No, because also, I mean, you can just you have this rook d2 thing here, right?
Mhm.
I thought it was kind of important. And now you just win f4, and can we make arrows? Yeah, we can make arrows. Wow. Nice. I thought I'm just worse here.
Yeah, this looks
It's
bad.
quite clearly worse, probably. And if not for ef, then
Yeah, like you could put your bishop on c6 or something, but I didn't
you
think
could go
it's
to
enough.
c4, c5 at some
Yeah,
point.
it
Probably
shouldn't be
you'll.
enough.
Yeah, I didn't really like it. But ef was of course a bit of a rough rough decision. Yeah.
Yeah, here I thought knight d4.
Yeah,
I
that's.
mean, if I don't do it, then maybe you'll take.
Yeah, I will have better versions of the exchange sacrifice at least. Yeah. So here.
Take.
Yeah, he takes.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting, or thought maybe rook g8 was the most critical, trying to bring the rook to g5 and then e5, just to like, it's a very stable square. I have no pawns that can attack the rook.
Yeah, yeah.
So I was even considering h4, but yeah, there was.
Yeah, to prevent it. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but then maybe you can say that including rook g8, h4.
Yeah, that would
helped
be.
you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But if black is h4 with the same idea.
With rook h5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I very briefly, like,
Yeah.
I noticed this was possible, but I didn't get to actually thinking about it yet, so I didn't have a response.
Yeah, I had some thought on this.
Maybe rook f1 again.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's. Yeah.
But I don't know. Rook h5, rook f4, rook d5, maybe. What's happening?
Yeah, I'm just afraid of all these positions. Maybe I'm just not understanding them. Yeah, but
You have queen c5.
queen c5 works. Yeah.
I think so. Or do I have take rook e1? d5.
D5. Yeah. Yeah, we're just speaking about this now. Right?
It's probably perpetual, yeah.
Yeah, some draw. Yeah. No puzzle rush. I think. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And if you start with something like rook, yeah, then queen c6 comes. Yeah. Yeah, maybe it's not so. Maybe it's okay. Yeah. And if you do something like queen e2 here. Yeah, just to prevent it. Yeah. Yeah. And then maybe prepare something like like this. I just desperately wanted to activate the bishop. That's why I went to 5 finally. But yeah, definitely thought about all these things, but finally, okay.
Yeah, here my first instinct was to bring the knight to f5, but then I didn't. I mean, it looks very good, but then if you just have the bishop on e5, let's say let's just take bishop e5 just in general.
Yeah, or just in general. Yeah, this
knight
probably
is kind of cut off actually.
Yeah.
And then my queen side is a little bit like the knight was defending everything, and now it's
yeah, king is a bit
lonely. Yeah.
Yeah.
So then I want to play queen d3.
What happens if you, sorry?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I thought rook h1, oh, I mean, I'm
Here or?
I thought just take an f5 bishop e5 and then
No, but I thought I wouldn't go bishop e5. I thought I would keep it in reserve. Maybe go rook a4 first, or
So actually, instead of knight takes f5, my main line was rook he1 check first immediately, and I thought
king d8. Yeah.
black should put the king on d8.
Yeah, but here I think I have some time. Yeah, to maybe go rook a4 or queen c5 maybe also as an option. To have rook to try rook for rook b4, something like that.
It's kind of hard for me to like.
Yeah,
I'm not doing anything.
Yeah.
It's strange. Or,
yeah, it's yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, but I probably shouldn't rush with bishop e5. Yeah, maybe that's just a bit of a tempo loss. Yeah.
So yeah, then my next idea was queen d3, just to take with the queen instead
Sorry,
of rook
instead of rook e1.
yeah,
Yeah.
queen d3. But then I was annoyed
Rook
by rook
e4, yeah.
e4, and then if rook e1, there's queen c4, and yeah, looked okay for him. So I thought I'll try to play queen d3, but prevent rook e4. So I started with rook h e1. So now if rook e4, I can just exchange and take f4. Otherwise, I play queen d3 and take this pawn with the queen.
Yeah.
So castles, and now yeah, I think I should have switched. Now that you castle, I think I should have switched back to knight d4 in retrospect.
Yes.
Bishop f6, I was mostly expecting, and then queen takes f4.
Yeah, this looks a bit worse, yeah? Or maybe a lot worse, I don't know.
Yeah, I liked this during the game, but then I just decided queen d3 is maybe even better. But then later on in the game, I wasn't happy, so I was regretting that I didn't
Yeah.
play this.
Yeah, and the problem I think also that
Just play c3.
you just always play c3, and it's, I guess I don't really have any good follow-up here.
Taking doesn't even work because I'll have queen g3 with check. Like,
Oh yeah. At the least, yeah.
Then I'm turning f5 or queen g3 check, or
Yes.
just rook e3, lift the rook to.
Yeah, and if I don't have an attack, then I'm just probably positionally it's just a bit in ruins, everything.
And I think because I'm attacking, I'm basically trying to force you to exchange at some point
Yeah.
bishop for the
Yeah.
knight. But
Yeah.
actually, I think that's the key, because your bishop was so strong.
Yes.
I should have been very happy to force you to
Yeah.
take this knight. In the game later on, my knight was just
And
not.
maybe I should try to bail out into something, yeah? I don't know, immediately taking on d4 or without this included, but it looks bad. It just looks quite bad.
Yeah, and I'm still. You have to watch out for rook e3, rook g3 still. So it's
I mean, can I do something like
rook e3.
I'm just getting mated, yeah? Yeah, it's dangerous.
Yeah, so I think
Yeah,
this is
no,
what I should have done.
yeah. Yeah, because after that it's surprisingly fine, yeah, probably.
Yeah, take and king g7 and.
Yeah, also with king g7, yeah.
Yeah, king g7 I think was a good move.
Queen h5, there's
rook c2. I didn't see how to.
c2, and there's a check. If I don't blunder anything, it should be fine. Knight d4, rook c8 type of things. Rook b2, I don't know.
Yeah.
Scary things.
So I went rook e2. And then yeah, the queen c8 was also annoying. Like you kept playing all the moves I was hoping you wouldn't play at this point. Like, I don't know. Should I have taken?
How is this? Yeah, I was wondering. I thought maybe something like this could be played. It's still hard to get.
I mean, maybe I should have done this just so that you didn't get this rook to b4. Because once you
Yes.
rook got to b4,
Yeah.
I was completely stuck. I couldn't move anything. Like in the game after I played queen d3, if you didn't do anything, I would play c3, right?
Yes. Yeah. Rook
Then
b4
I
is
was
kind of a-
happy, but
yeah.
after rook b4, I'm so stuck, and now I was like, I need to try not to lose already because the bishop is just.
Yeah, I
stuck.
wasn't sure. Like I spent some time on this here.
Rook g1.
Yeah, king. If here, do you go queen g2 or not?
I wasn't.
Does it doesn't work? Yeah, no. Yeah. Or does it?
It's a move, yeah.
It is. It is a move. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
I could have started instead of taking.
Yes, you
I
could.
started
Because I actually
check.
expected the check. Yeah, that's why I.
But maybe you can go to h6. And then
Yes,
take
and now queen f5. Yeah, or
queen f5, queen e8.
and
I just want to block.
yeah, I thought that was. I think.
Queen g8, queen f6.
Yeah. I wanted to play like this. Yeah. I think this maybe. Oh, but you had rook g5. I think. Oh no, yeah, that's not the case. Sorry.
I was wondering if after rook g1, king h6, queen e2, can you even just take the pawn on f4 now? Because now the instead of queen f5 here, can you just take?
To even
because
take
now
it.
h5 is defended.
That's really
like that's kind of the difference why maybe I wouldn't start with rook g1. Otherwise, I should definitely have started, I guess.
And if knight, maybe. Desperately want to bring the knight in somehow, but
Yeah, it's never
and I'll
doing
just
that
go
much.
back maybe, yeah? 92, I'll just go maybe.
Like knight to d3 or something.
Can you go here?
So let's say just queen f5.
Ah, queen f5 even, yeah, of course, yeah.
Like I just
Yeah,
can't
this is
help.
true, yeah, yeah. Yeah, okay, so here. Because I was kind of happy with this endgame.
Yeah, it was quite unpleasant.
But then I started to doubt a little bit. Maybe I was a bit too pessimistic, I don't know. Because I was very happy with rook before, then at least it's
Yeah, I mean,
because
even
I thought if I go king g5, then you have this 92 move, yeah?
but even here, bishop d8, you're definite. I mean, you're still trying, but rook b4 is probably even better.
Yeah, I really, because I felt my bishop is so stupid then. Like,
But okay, you
here,
take a5 and then my
then do something like this, king d3, knight e4 maybe.
yeah. So bishop, let's see, to b6 or c7. Is bishop b6 a move? And then rook e.
Well, I thought you had some potential on the queen side as
I
well.
can
Maybe I'm too pessimistic.
I
But
can probably defend, yeah, but I think what you did was good because
yeah, I liked rook before, just to not allow any kind of, and then I can slowly just improve.
yeah, it's it's quite annoying that it really feels like I can barely
But then
do
here,
anything. Well, why didn't you take g5? I mean, I know I can move the
I
knight,
didn't
but
even really.
well, but why?
I just thought it's so nice to keep the bishop there on 25.
But then, I mean, you need to take the pawn at some point,
Yeah,
right?
it's
'Cause
true.
then you
Yeah.
get that.
Well, it is true that later on I realized that it's much harder to take it now. Now
Yeah.
that it's because I have to bring the rook around. Yeah.
So yeah,
But I thought
take-
it's so nice to just
well, let's
here. Okay,
take
maybe something like
so
like this.
92. Let's say f5.
Yeah, knight
Maybe I have
f3, rook e1,
c4.
c4. Oh, that's a nice
I was
one.
thinking of
Oh,
it.
that's a nice
c4,
one.
king f6, knight f.
Can you take and go b? That doesn't work. Yeah, I have b6. Yeah, I'll just show the line.
It's funny.
I want to trap it, but yeah, b6 comes. Okay.
And if knight f3, then bishop e3. q1, there's f4 still.
King c2 and king d3. You have rook e4. Huh? Still, maybe continues or. Sorry, how is this?
What, the rook's hanging?
Oh, sorry. I didn't see the rook hanging.
Yeah, and if I don't have c4, then
But then, if you go here,
take.
yeah, this is no good continuation. Huh?
Yeah. I mean, there's rook
Yeah.
e8 or something. Rook
Yeah, rook
e8
e4, yeah.
But yeah, there's rook e4. Yeah, not
Yeah,
working.
this looks good. Yeah. Just yeah.
Yeah, I was just very afraid of this, the f pawn and the. I mean, your bishop is.
But let's say you do something like here.
Rook g4.
Sorry. Like here.
Rook g4.
Yeah, rook e1.
Yeah, this makes sense.
Yeah, maybe just rook g3. Yeah.
Yeah, check on e6 maybe.
Bishop.
I mean, I might be able to save, but I thought it. I mean, I was very concerned. I thought not taking the.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah,
was
I was not. I was a bit too pessimistic about this, I think.
And yeah, even in the final position, I thought you could play like bishop e5, king a2, and now maybe rook. I was thinking rook b5. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I was afraid I'm getting myself trapped.
But maybe
after rook d1, let's say, if you take
king
which is not forced, of course, but then.
Actually, it's funny. Even if you just sack the exchange, but your f pawn gets far enough, it could still be maybe probably
You have
might
c5, yeah. You have
block
c5
it.
quickly, yeah, probably.
Yeah, in this case, it's too slow, I guess. But
Yeah, it's not very heroic that I didn't continue, but I just wasn't sure at all that
Yeah, here at least, like, I mean, I don't know,
Well,
maybe,
it's already a worse version of probably Delta 9,
yeah,
yeah?
I guess you could do something so, like, put the rook on f4, f5, take the pawn. Just take,
Yeah, but
try
I
to
thought
take the
then
pawn.
you'll do your c4, maybe c4, c5, and get some
So
counterplay.
let's say rook f4.
Rook f4, yeah? How was knight d2?
So first of all, there's rook f2, right?
Knight c4?
Is this just a draw if you take
You can go king b3,
rook e2?
then... not maybe I should take immediately, yeah? On e5.
Well, I just
And
thought,
d1.
like, I'm still the only one who's risking in all these positions. Maybe I
Yeah,
can
yeah.
defend, but
Yeah, no, yeah, maybe you're right, yeah. I was, like, here I'm...
like maybe take is a draw, but still I'm the one who needs to make the draw.
Well, let's say here, yeah?
Yeah.
Here.
That looks like a good move.
Yeah, I just wanna take and then give check.
Yeah, rook f1 is good. No,
Yeah.
I'm fine.
No, in general, I just thought you should be not really. I'm curious actually about the objective, but
I mean, somehow I'm getting lucky. Like,
but you're right that I should have taken. That is
Yeah.
that is for sure. Yeah, yeah. I just didn't really realize it. I thought it's very nice to keep this, keep this bind. But I should take, because okay, if I anyway need to take it now, it would just cost me a lot of time to. I was thinking about this one also.
You want rook g4?
Yeah, king a3 and then maybe something like this. Maybe this would be then a way to play. But then I thought maybe you give a check.
Yeah, if rook f4, I just go back, I guess.
Yeah, and if I take maybe knight d2.
Well, you can't
or-
take, right?
Oh, take f7, sorry. King g6, sorry. And then I thought maybe knight d2 or...
Yeah.
Also, yeah, didn't look too clear to me, but
Right.
maybe...
Here you're a bit slower.
Yeah,
compared to the
yeah, a bit slower. No, but I agree. Bishop takes g5, I should probably do, yeah. And you probably then, yeah, around this part, yeah, somewhere here you had probably pretty good position.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, somehow I'm every single game. I think I don't know objectively after bishop g5 what the evaluation is, but I keep getting like some losing position at some point. But so it's pretty disappointing. But at least I'm not actually losing, so I don't know what to think
Yeah.
of my game. I mean, this game, I think, yeah, here I was doing well, so it was
Yeah,
very
probably, yeah.
disappointing. But
Yeah.
then at the end, I was happy to make a draw.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm just trying to survive, yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much. So now we know everything about this game.
Yes. So the bishop on f6 was much more dominant than I realized, and,
Yeah.
and the knight on f5 wasn't that great. Maybe knight e5 already was maybe just rook f1 there.
Okay, we take a look at the two games still going on. We have the game between Rapport and Tan. Had some developments. We left it around here. There was sacrificed and exchanged. Looked very dangerous. But you play rook a2, rook b7, and now this defense move. If you take, which Rapport did, this. And now you are pinning your hope on this. And you hope that you are not getting mated somehow. Can I? But this is
Black will get 3 pawns. That's a lot.
What do you think? What should do?
Well, I think we should play.
Okay, I have a try. What if I play this? I have to go back because this is mating one.
Yep.
And then
And
you don't
If-
take back.
no.
You play d2.
Yes.
Okay, that's the whole point.
Yeah.
Okay, then we know this.
Mm.
So we have to think again.
But I was thinking actually to play e6, e5.
You're hoping you are mating, I guess, but you want to give this check now. What do you want? Okay, I try. The good thing is that I queen would check.
Mm. Yeah, sorry, this doesn't work.
Check, I have king g8, and then
It's a king g8. So go back once more. So if we give the check first.
where? Here. There. How do you want to give it?
Yes,
Also a difficult question.
it is. I don't have time to play d6 and then.
I thought about going with a king.
Yeah, exactly.
King g5, king g6.
Yeah, what happens?
But maybe. Or how do we. d2, king g6.
Yeah, it's only perpetual, but. No, it's mate, sorry. Yeah, but now take, check, and the king, bishop d4.
Should be mate.
No, then rook a6, sorry. So,
This is
but yeah, we play bishop d4 here in this position. Still.
We have.
Okay. But
So,
we could give a check on h7 and go back with rook to h1 now.
yeah, let's see. We have this position. It's very tricky, at least. Rapport, he's down on 12 minutes. This is for the rest of the game, plus the 30 seconds per move, of course. But a very good defense, sacrificing 2 pawns and run with a d pawn.
I like your idea of but I think we should go to d6 maybe instead.
Let's say this.
And
We have to go here.
King g5, d2, king g6.
Threatening mate, I have to defend.
Take on g7, check on h7. Should we play rook h1? That's a lot of pawns.
Can also pin the bishop, maybe. Then you play.
To play e5.
Let's say I play this. This is a threat, I think.
That's a good move.
Because now I'm not on the... So we have maybe we have done something wrong. You give a check. This looks... We start to go with the king. Is this possible to play like this? Okay, 6. Maybe this first.
Maybe, like you said, maybe you should go to e8. That was also...
Can also go here.
Yeah, now we must give him a check on d6 so that we can place d7, d6 now. So,
but I see that I have played moves. So we go to this, bishop d5, king g8 was played.
So he wants to play king h5 now instead.
Oh, d6. So what's going on? d2 is the first move, you think?
I'm guessing he's just going to take it and then push the pawns. All right. And then e5. I thought rook d4 check here was annoying, but maybe it's not annoying enough. Now rook g2. Is that not a bit awkward?
So I should, but where should I have to defend this one.
Yeah, okay, king g5, rook g2, and we have to play something like f6 here. Yeah, I think white is making a draw here pretty easily.
Easily.
I wondered about d6. What would have happened if you just played this king h5 idea that we were talking about before?
How you mean you want to play this?
Yeah, but maybe it doesn't work because the king can go to f8 this time around. Yeah. Yeah.
Let's say in the game d6 was played, and now black has to decide, but it would be normal to go to push.
That is to say the least, yes.
And we are threatening to take a queen with check. So as you said,
must take it.
You could insert check, but there is no point. So we do this.
Yeah, we can also just play d7 after that, actually.
I don't know why I take with this, but
yeah, I think it's better. So d7.
Yeah.
King f8.
Rook
e5. And then I just give check and d8. So you have to play king f8 or king h7.
Because you have a threat. Okay.
But king h7 might actually be a bit awkward for us. Unless we can play king g5 now. Maybe we can. Rook d4.
Was it a correct rook we took? Could we take the other rook? Is this better? To be able to get down. Let's say take with this one.
But now I just play e5.
But is there a threat at all?
d7. Or king g5. f6.
And now we're losing. Probably. It's more normal to take with this rook, to have the other one here. But it would also sometimes be fun to come back. But you want to play this?
Yeah, unless king f8 is really good.
Because you can come here.
Yeah, but I think he's just e5 now. So I think king h7 is better because it catches it means that rook d4 check will be more dangerous later on. So I'm more into that.
But let us try. I go here.
e6.
You come here and you wanted to give a check and then
then
we try to mate you.
Yeah. So So what follows if I just play with rook down? Yeah.
Mhm.
King h3. Rook
Could
f8.
this really be lost?
Rook f8 check. Yeah, it could. Rook f7. Take on g7. Now you're losing.
Probably.
Or you should be very happy to.
Yes, I'm in a bit of trouble at
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
Okay, so it's a very difficult position. So how long have they? D6 played, D2 played,
And bishop takes.
bishop takes is played, and took with this AD. So
Yeah.
this is the position right
So the
now.
question is e5 or d7.
D7.
Yeah. After e5, check on d4. King g5, rook either to f3 or g2.
Would attack this one.
Mm. And either we play f6 or we bet on that we are not mated. But
Yes.
I think betting on not getting mated here is pretty dangerous. You can give another check there if you want to.
But this would be very surprised if black couldn't make a draw, at least in a position like this with an extra roll.
Yeah, I don't think black is losing.
But so the other was maybe more dangerous, this d7 move.
King
but,
h7.
Yeah, maybe this is correct. No checks. Not allowing the king to come to g6 or anything. Is this the only move that makes sense?
Yeah, I think so.
I guess you have to defend this one.
Mm.
And now we'll do the same.
Yeah, because e6 now is probably dangerous, right?
Yeah, it's at least a draw.
Yeah,
have the check.
exactly.
So if I want to win, I have to play f6.
Yeah. F6 is a bit trickier now. It's true. I forgot about that. So take king f5.
Because now we cannot take.
No,
Because of d8 check.
there's still some tricks going on here.
Give this check. To put you in front of the e pawn. You have to go here.
Yeah, and then take on f6, right?
No, then again.
Ah,
But I wanted to play this.
yeah, okay, so
But no,
take on g7.
very stupid move, the last one. But what should we do? Okay, you threaten to take. We are helping the white king to safety.
So what instead? Rook f3, f6.
Yeah, and now we can take.
Now we can take with a check. Yeah.
Yes, take back. But now we have to be careful because now there is a big threat.
But we should probably take on g3 also.
Yes.
There, and king h6. Yeah. We're both a bit tired now. I can see we're just moving around without really commenting on what we're doing here.
We're trying to avoid getting mated.
Sorry?
E5 was played, but this was not what we thought was So dangerous. Rook d4. You cannot.
No.
You have to defend this one.
Yeah.
And we wanted to play this, I think.
Yes.
And if you want to play for a win, you have to play f6
Yes.
because you need a square for the king.
Or you could give a check first and then play f6,
okay.
so you get to the same position, actually. Or? Don't you? No, you don't.
Can I just take?
No, this time you could give a check first. No, so there was something that went wrong there. So, no, but we looked at d7 first, and then king is an h7, so it must be f6 now. There's no other. And we take
Let's move.
king f5. We can give a check. King goes. Yep.
Guess we take.
Yep. Yes. And if we give a check now on e3, king goes there. No.
But then we give a check again.
No. But
And then we have king e5 or what?
The rook takes d6.
It's just winning.
Yeah.
And this, and we can play.
King f7.
So black is winning.
In this case.
Yes. I think.
Do we need to go to h3 and then
Yes.
just play
What if,
check and e6? But black will probably win a pawn before. d7 king f8. It's winning for.
so what is he doing, Rapport? Okay, I can take one more pawn, but
We could have gone to h5 instead. Actually, we could play. Maybe there is a draw. So after king g5, rook g2. If we just play e6 there, for instance. No, sorry, d7.
but king h3 is already played.
Oh,
This is the game.
oh.
So why don't we just take the pawn?
King rook
Rook
f8.
f8.
d7.
d7.
f8. Yes. e6. And on rook b8 we play rook f8. What happened there?
What is he doing? Is he playing too hard for a win, or what is king h3 is played here? It's the position. Yep. Don't we just take the pawn? What is the problem? If you take this pawn, I don't see it.
Me neither.
King h3. She took.
Mm.
D7 played.
King F8.
King F8 looks good.
Mm.
So this is the problem.
Mm.
It's over.
Yeah, it is. Yes.
And if you want to play it real safe,
Exactly. And then just rook e4. I have one more question just, so I'm gonna play in Visp after d7, king f8.
yeah,
What if we play g4,
take.
then check, and queen, similar to the other.
Yeah.
But there must be something better for black. This is not so.
No, this is not clearly winning, but it's not winning for white at least.
No, it's not.
Don't really understand what he's doing.
So g4. So can the rook go? It's trying to get rid of the possibility of both taking on so king f8 and g4. This is the move I'm.
Okay, can we check?
Mm.
King e7, maybe. This is possible.
And then just king e7, yeah. But okay, I go to g2. But you could just go to d3 and yeah, and
So rook up.
yeah, e6 and king e7. Bye bye.
D7, king f8 played. 1.
Yep.
That was a very strange finish. What did you do? Something went completely wrong.
Should we have a look at Nils' game?
Yes, I think we should.
We forgot about it almost. We did forget about it. That's tired. Two tired Swedes.
So we had this d3,
So
queen d7.
yeah.
That was move 40. King g2 was played. Play rook b8, playing from attack. Rook e4, d2. Have to block the pawn. Queen c6, pinning.
Ouch.
King f3.
Yep.
f5. This one we cannot take because of rook f8.
And yet we have to. We can't take it, but we have to take it because there is nothing else.
So he took.
And now black is completely winning.
King e3, bishop h6, king d3. Yeah, so this should be a fortress. So what do you think? I don't believe it. Queen d5. I predict rook d4.
Yeah. And then we're going to h1 or f5.
This must be winning for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
rook d4, queen f5, played. Okay, I can pick up the pawn if I want, but I can maybe win in some more simple way.
You must go there, otherwise it's queen f1 check. So king g2. That went south very fast for
Yes.
silly.
Check. Have to go back.
Check, and then king and queen e1. And then you can go to g4. Sorry.
But in the long run,
we should probably take that pawn on h3,
yes,
just to get it out of the way, sort of. I think queen f5, just getting, because it takes away also the stability of
the bishop.
position.
Yes.
Exactly.
King e2, queen. Okay, this was maybe more simple because
rook g4.
This is only move. Now we can take maybe.
Yep.
If there is nothing. This looks good.
Yep.
Threatening the rook.
Was threatening queen h1.
Threatening check and check also. This is
not healthy.
Is it time to won?
Yeah.
The game has finished. So Nils Grandelius won the last game against Ivanchuk.
Great.
So what did we have today? Very interesting games. And 1 draw and 3 wins. So we had the game, the only draw was Robson against Lamy. Very interesting game.
Very interesting game. And Lamy is playing some very nice chess, I think.
Yeah. And then we had the game, we had one more.
2 draws?
We had one more draw, yes. We had Erdogmus against Sindarov.
Yeah, exactly.
That was rather uneventful.
Yeah.
And we had a win, surprising win from Town against Rapport, who totally collapsed. Actually,
Yes.
playing too hard for the win. And then we had this win that Nils Grandelius is going to show us now.
Yeah.
We can
Looking forward to that.
We can do it like this. Du kan se det
Okay.
Kan vi lämna det till?
Yeah. I can. Congratulations.
Thank you. Quite.
I think you will get there eventually, but was it obvious after?
No, definitely not.
think,
I completely misplayed it, I think, in the time trouble. Yeah. I decided to play this bishop e6 line for the first time. It's quite provocative.
Yeah.
Like normally the main line goes something like this, and
h6.
Yeah, and it's very complicated.
Okay.
So, but he played knight c3, and if I recall correctly, it's not so good because of knight d5. And the point is, in this sacrifice, normally the pawn is still on a2, so now I always have this stability. Not even for this knight, but maybe for the next knight. It's important. It's actually the more important because one knight you can usually get to d3, but the second knight is always.
I was joking, but your knights became bees. They were just buzzing around.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, he played. I guess he plays a bit slowly here. And now he was thinking for a long time because it's clear what I will do. I will go knight d3 and next knight, and he has to do something in the meantime.
Paralyzed.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of expecting something like this, maybe one rook to d1. I don't know which one, but now it's very hard to find the next move because you sacrifice in order to develop some attack on the king side, but this knight on d3 is just so strong. So he played actually quite interestingly with knight e2. And now, I mean, he was giving me, for instance, the possibility c5.
Yeah.
Which was very interesting. And the idea is simply to open up the long diagonal and then enter on d3. But
I actually saw the computer wanted black to play f6 here, and I was also
here
thinking,
after a knight. Okay, this
just putting the bishop next to
yeah, interesting. Very interesting. I didn't cross my mind at all. I was choosing between c5 and knight d3. Yeah, this probably I overestimated a little bit my position here because I thought I was doing very well, but I missed. I mean, now he has to go. That's the whole point with knight e2. So yeah, and again he has to go here. It's the whole point. And I had missed a couple of things probably.
Play c5 here.
Yeah, I was thinking that was my original intention.
Yeah.
When I thought for such a long time, but then I realized that maybe he takes and plays e5, and I was not sure. Knight takes d4. And suddenly e6 is hanging, and bishop takes e5, knight takes e6, and it's okay. I also have funny moves like this, for instance. Very funny move, but it doesn't threaten that much. After I think he goes f4, and after c2 he just goes here, and I mean it's
then your bishop. Is
yeah.
Okay.
But I went here, and what I missed was actually very simple, but probably doesn't matter, because this.
I thought you would play d5 here.
He would play d5. Yeah. No, what I had originally missed was I wanted to go here.
Yeah.
And in my mind, somehow the pawn was still on b3. So I thought he has to go here, and then I will not take the rook. I will take on a4, maybe with the bishop.
Exactly.
But he simply goes here.
And then bishop, queen e8, and there is knight c3.
Yeah, knight c3. I mean, at least that's not what I wanted.
No.
But I mean, also taking is... I think it should be actually very good for me, because I can include f6.
You play f6 now. I missed that.
And I can play knight c2, which I think, but I can also go for the sort of maximalist approach, I think. Okay. Because he cannot go knight c3, then knight
bishop
c2.
Bishop h6.
Yeah, and just take, maybe. I don't know. At the very least, take here, I think. I was not, but maybe this is actually...
I like
yeah,
I didn't see you, I missed f6
but
at this stage. I thought about it after taking on e3, because...
something like this. I can also play. I was not sure. I mean, I can give back one pawn, and then we trade also the rooks, which is quite important. But then, I was trying to evaluate what was going on, let's say, such position.
Yeah.
I can take this quite useful pawn, but then maybe he has enough for a draw. Nice. But I think he's only trying to make perpetual check. I mean, definitely not trying for more. But actually, this rook a3 wasn't so bad.
No,
it turned out to be relatively playable for him, I think.
Thomas Johansson, he suggested, and I immediately said, no, you can't do like that in your center.
No, of course you want to play d5.
Very dogmatic.
But I mean... Okay, I should be a bit better, but not much, I think.
No.
I thought from distance that I would be much better, but probably not. I can play this in many different... It's very hard to say.
b3, I missed that.
Yeah.
And if you play a5 and he has knight b5 stuff and...
Yeah, rook d1 and so on. I mean, the point with this was sort of, I wanted to do something quite fast. Because this rook on a3 is a big temporary issue for him, and so I want to do something before he has time to.
I got very optimistic at some stages, and here I suddenly got very pessimistic about your.
Yeah.
Or I didn't think you were worse, but I thought that your advantage was completely.
But if this rook is somewhere on b1 or c1, I think white is fine. But now still some issues. Yeah. Okay, this was very natural.
I missed this knight d4 immediately, completely, or we both did.
Yeah. Okay, because I gained its tempo because the pawn is hanging, so he has to defend. Then I'm in time for this. But actually, from distance, I thought I could take, but then I realized probably e5.
E5.
Yeah,
that was what we... And bishop takes?
Yeah, and I think simply knight e4.
Okay.
And I cannot really defend, because if I go to b6 or b4, he goes rook b1. And I mean, maybe I missed something, but I thought this was not possible for me. So then I had to play, then I had to play e5, and then I'm not really...
No.
I mean, maybe I'm still a little bit better, but nothing special, I think. This all was quite normal, I thought.
Yes.
f4, rook c8. Yeah, now I don't know if he blundered or if he simply got a bit desperate. But...
I thought you would play rook, knight f3, knight e1 here.
But maybe b6 is coming next.
Okay.
I might be threatening... like, if knight f3, definitely my intention was to play b6.
I didn't see queen d8. We were thinking h6, and then queen d8 was much stronger than
probably because it's very useful to have the rook on c8. Because with the queen on c8, I can never play b6 because then it goes c6.
Yep.
So, but I don't know. I still don't know if this was like a blunder or because I can just take it.
Yeah, but c6 later on must be.
c6 was a blunder. Yeah. So this. And still, this rook is quite bad. But maybe he's okay.
Yeah, maybe
I was expecting this move, actually. Maybe to a1. But this, with the idea that if I go queen c8, then I can play c6. And after takes rook c2, suddenly I'm I'm the one losing some material. So after rook a2, yeah, I mean, maybe it's just unclear actually. My impression was that I should never really be able to be worse here, but
it's maybe rook e8.
Yeah, but rook e8 always be
And
d5.
yeah.
It's always quite risky. I mean, I can play h6 and rook e8, but then my guess is white is probably fine. But he blundered with this. Just missed this, and now it's probably lost. I don't, and this was played with with 1 second, quite randomly.
You were thinking about bishop e8 instead, or?
I didn't really consider it actually. I didn't see it, see the move at all. Just to pick up the point. Yeah, maybe it's better.
I thought that was why you were thinking.
Yeah. No, I was actually thinking what I would do on the next move. Because I wanted really to take here because I thought he has also a weak king now.
Yeah.
But,
I thought you should play in after take there. Yeah, I thought you should take on c. No, queen takes d7 was.
Queen takes d7, yeah.
Good. But here I thought you should take on c1. And just play g5 here.
Because now maybe f6. But in the
I did 6 check. You shouldn't force the king to.
Yeah. No, in the game, what I did because I missed f6, of course.
Yeah, and everyone did.
Yeah, exactly. No, actually, I saw f6, but I missed something a move later. Here, I guess also this should be actually very, very good.
That is, and yes.
Because if he goes something like rook
e1, you exchange and you play rook c1 check.
I can even win immediately. Yeah. But I thought even such position, now with 2 pawns, his bishop is so bad.
Yeah.
So I can bring the king even maybe later. I thought it should be... No, in time trouble, I think queen c3 is an obvious move. Like just eliminate all the tricks and...
Yeah.
I mean, one time in 10 or something, white is managing to make a draw there. But
agree.
But no, I saw f6. Of course, it's the only move. Like otherwise, he might as well resign. But I thought I can simply play queen g7. And after bishop e4, there is no threat. I can just go rook h8. But then I realized after rook f1, after rook f1 here, my rook on c8 is hanging.
Yep.
So I cannot play like queen d6, for instance. I mean, defend the bishop. So I'm suddenly... So yeah, now I had to give up the pawn on g5, which of course was not really the idea.
d8. I thought you would play bishop d5 here.
Here, bishop d5. But then I play queen d7.
Yeah, so that does not work
at
all.
Probably not. Actually, this was... what did he do? Yeah, bishop f3. Makes sense. And probably this is a good move, because now he loses coordination.
Very nice.
But still, it must be quite close to a draw, I think. Like, maybe queen g4, actually. Try to trade queens. Because now ending should be, I guess, very good drawing chances.
Yeah, without a pawn on a4.
But why? What do you mean?
If you play d2 here.
Yeah.
And then queen d3 or something like that.
Yeah. No, this is what I should do, because if I take, I think, yeah. No, I'm.
Not okay. Rook g1 here.
Now rook g1. Yeah. How should I do? I was not sure how I would do it. But the queen g4 for sure is still very reasonable for white. Like,
maybe
I don't think I'm winning with correct play. I think it should be a draw. But he made this move, and now, suddenly his king is very weak.
Yeah.
I was actually expecting bishop d5 now.
Yeah.
And check and up. And I didn't find a clear win here. But also it's very, like, also any normal move is very dangerous. Rook b6 is one idea to come to g6. Also pushing d2 at some point. Because if I give another check, actually his king on f3 is, I mean, not safe, but like, I cannot get it immediately at least. So I thought it was the only chance, actually, bishop d5. Yeah, because this, I think, now is just by force lost. Maybe he just missed at f5.
Yes.
Probably. Because now, I mean, I can just play d1 because he will always be mated. Like, once he takes, I cannot take it because I'm mated. Any check and like, it should be just mate. Yeah, so he actually let me do it in a nice way here because he played king f3, and then this is quite quite beautiful because he's double pinned.
It's like one of those old Averbach
Yeah.
examples.
Exactly. Because after the check, yeah, like if he could move any of the two, like
Yeah.
he would be winning, like if he could play rook h4.
Yeah.
And even this maybe would be mating.
Yeah.
If it's not with check on d1. But now it's with checks. Because here he's still, like, let's say, I mean, then he's actually, no. It's still winning, maybe. Because he still cannot move. Yeah, he's still pinned. Yeah, but okay, double pins. Yeah. So, yeah, not very good game between move, let's say, 30 and 40, but the rest was quite interesting. So, yeah.
Very nice.
Somewhere here there should be a clean win. Or more than one, actually.
Yeah, I think the rook was wrong on c8.
Yeah, exactly. Rook f8 was a very bad move. Yeah. I missed this g5 f6.
Yeah.
But okay.
Yep.
Happens.
Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we know everything about this game.
Yeah.
And we can
we
call it a day,
Oh,
I think.
Lovely.
There is no more games going on.
Yeah.
So we thank you very much for today, and we will be back tomorrow at 3 o'clock.
I will not be here tomorrow.
No, you will not be here tomorrow. We will have Axel Smith coming. Welcome tomorrow. Okay.